assessment of the assessment. That would be redundant, but having
what it is.
a project team led by Nikki Tidy to present information that they wanted to communicate to you. So I'm going to turn it over to Nikki to do that, and certainly identify who else helped with me with this whole assessment process.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. So just so we can recap who has been working on this, you'll see it's a multi-stakeholder involvement. So myself is the project lead from the 911 Center. You have Sheriff Mark Amos, who's been involved, Major Michael Cass, Larry Clement from IT, Chief John Harkness. We also brought in Stephanie from Finance, and then we brought Kurt Hildebrand in to give us the building perspective. So to say that it was, and obviously Brian David's also been spearheading a huge piece of this too. To say it has touched many people is an understatement, and we realized that once we started getting into this, that it was more than just me, it was more than just the Sheriff's Office, and it was more than just fire rescue. We saw that there was many multi-layers this radio system touches. Some of the things that we're going to review today is we're going to recap what Black and Veatch said and propose to you what our recommendation may be from that. We've had time to digest it. Hopefully you've had time to digest it. Hopefully Black and Veatch answered a lot of those questions. If there's any questions that you may have, actually go and either capture them, try and answer them to the best of our ability today, or come back and report back to you. And then lastly, we just want to turn to y'all to get some guidance with some of the issues and some of the things that we've seen that have, once we started looking at this, we realized it wasn't just black and white, here's the radio, let's fix it. We realized there was many tiered and different response elements to this. And we're just going to go ahead and review some of those also. And some of these messages we've discussed before too. So now it's all kind of come together also. So we do realize that the 911 Center and public safety communications, or public safety in general, is very definition heavy. So we wanted to provide you with some terms and definitions. When we're referring to the EOC, that is the Emergency Operations Center, that currently right now is the room across from where my office is and where the RACES room is. So if you go down the hallway on the right-hand side there. P25 or Project 25, that's the APCO standard that we have brought up many a time. You've heard him mention that we want to build a P25 system, and Black and Veatch provided a great overview of that in the report. Again, it's just that's the standard that we're going to refer to. A domain controller is a piece of IT equipment that allows network access to many different computer systems. It allows us to program something. So my 911 dispatchers, if I don't want them on Facebook, I can now program that domain control. And they're not allowed on Facebook during work hours, actually, unless it's for official business. We can actually block that domain by setting this, by going in there and setting actually rules under that. Okay. CAD is computer-aided dispatch software. Currently, myself and the Sheriff's Office have 2 separate CADs. New World.
2 separate, are they the same type or are they different?
They're different.
Very different, okay.
Mm-hmm. And we'll get into some of that discussion actually also a little bit later into this presentation. NW is New World, that's our CAD system in dispatch. Eagle is another computer program, it's a mapping program, and Zoll is a records management tool that fire rescue. So we just wanted to bring you'll hear us say these terms, so that's why we wanted to have them here in the beginning. UPS is an uninterrupted power supply. Again, what happens when the power goes out? You need a UPS. R56, I know I've brought this up many a time here, because we did an R56 project with all the radio sites, I think in 2011, 2012 when I first actually started here. And that's actually the electrical grounding requirements for radio systems. And PSAP, that's the technical definition for the 911 Center. The Orange County Emergency Communications Center is the primary PSAP in Orange, and we're the ones who are eligible for grant funding. The Sheriff's Office is actually classified as a secondary PSAP, and secondary PSAPs under the Commonwealth are not eligible for grant funding. So just wanted to bring those terms to light before we started moving on with the presentation.
So now if we combine the 2 of them, then it all becomes the primary in and of itself.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Primary PSAPs also receive funding from the state from the 911 wireless tax revenue. they call it utilities tax now under the Commonwealth. Secondary PSAPs do not. So there's some funding mechanisms that get coined and associated with the primary and the secondary in the Commonwealth. So we wanted to just review our current communication networks. We didn't want to just make this a focus solely on the radio system. We wanted to just kind of do a synopsis on all the consultant analysis and information that we have been aggregating since 2007 till current. We wanted to propose to you our staff recommendation of radio system recommendations, but we also wanted to make sure and get feedback and guidance from the board to make sure this was all in line with what our ideas are, made sure they actually met the ideas of the board, and make sure everybody look for your guidance as to which way to go. We wanted to talk about some location options, about where do we move forward with this radio system options, and then at the end, just again, we're looking to you today for feedback and guidance on what the next step is. So currently, right now, as you know, public safety's divided into 3 separate networks. You have the Orange County Sheriff's Office network, you have the 911 network, and you have fire rescue. As you can see from this diagram here, there's actually a lot of duplication. So there's a radio system for the Sheriff's Office and a radio system for 911. There's 2 domain controllers for 911, there's 2 domain controllers for the Sheriff's Office, and there's 2 domain controllers for fire rescue. There's all these different pieces and components everywhere on these networks, which becomes quite tricky for Larry trying to maintain all of this, as you can imagine. So what we're envisioning as we go forward is taking all of this and actually having one giant public safety network. Obviously, this will be built with redundancy. It's never good just to have one thing of one thing, but it would be a lot bigger and a lot easier, and it would actually beef up some of the requirements that we all have individually as agencies. It would be one central primary PSAP and one central primary 911 center, and it would handle the 911. The P25 radio system would be housed there. We would have CAD, and remember I said that the Sheriff's Office and the 911 center on 2 separate CADs, combining our CAD systems, having those 2 domain controllers for 3 agencies, so going from 6 to 2, having law enforcement and fire rescue dispatch, so going from 2 dispatch to 1. NCIC and VSIN, which is the state data terminal that allows them to law enforcement to run tags and to run criminal histories, will fall into there. Records management systems for both the Sheriff's Office and fire rescue. MDT and mobile data terminals. Again, so now that the units are out in the field, they can get this information. And again, it pipes into one network as opposed to having a Sheriff's Office network doing that and a fire rescue network doing that. It all becomes one. And then file storage for the whole entire network between the 3 agencies. The 911 county and fire and EMS service are located in many different places, and probably not quite where we want them to be for essential public safety elements. As you know, and in my reality, I have run out of plugs. We actually had to have more wiring dropped into my server, and I struggle every day on the 911 floor to accomplish that. I know the Sheriff's Office too, some of their critical elements are not probably in the best locations, and we've tried to, I hate to say it, shoehorn 21st technology into buildings that were not designed for 21st technology. And we've taken these buildings and we've taken these networks, we believe, as far as we can go to. We are creative with space. To say Larry has done an amazing job is an understatement. I think we can all say that with how the county network runs. But now we're stretched at we've reached our absolute means. As you know, there's 2 separate dispatch center, the Sheriff's Office, which is a 2-position center, and the 911 center, which is a 3-position center. So in totality, we have room for 5 dispatchers on duty at once. We do struggle, the 911 center, to share information with the Sheriff's Office, and typically right now what happens is to pipe that information, it is done by telephone. There's no interoperability between our networks, there's no interoperability between our CAD, and that's just some of the downfalls that we have with some of the technology that we are using. The EOC, as you're aware, is located across the room, and I think it was the Virginia Department of Emergency Management came out and said, This room's not actually quite big enough anymore. The earthquake was a huge example of that we just didn't fit. And then the microburst storm is actually one of the things that got these discussions started back in 2011 of, is this the right place for the 911 center? Is this the right place for the EOC? So that's where that all actually precipitated from, just from the size of the rooms, unfortunately. We've just simply outgrown them. So talking about some of those studies, this dates back to 2007, that we have seen time and time again, we're hearing a common theme. We've looked at the radio system, and it's been recommended that the radio system needs to be replaced. And the recommendation has always been to do a Piece 25 system needs analysis, which is what we completed with Black and Veatch. And that's because there's an inadequate number of tower sites and the capacity on the radio systems. Wiley Wilson was brought in, and we started working with them in end of 2011, beginning of 2012, after the microburst storm and the earthquake that we experienced, and started working with them and looked at some of the options that we had. If you remember, there was a redesign option of the Gordon building, and we've got some pictures of that. We talked about purchasing the Jaffe building. We looked at the Sheriff's Office redesign. FEMA came in, the Federal Emergency Management Agency came in and did a drill with myself and Chief Harkness and the Sheriff's Office, and it was gathered, and from that report it was recommended that we probably look at a different location because of the size limitations that we have with the EOC. Shortly after, the Virginia Department of Fire Programs came in and did a comprehensive needs study analysis on everything. And part of the fire program study was to look at the radio and was to look at the 911 center. That's actually even the 911 center and our communications is also part of the recommended. Oh, apologize, I'll lose the word. When you're trying to set the fire insurance rates. ISO rating, I'm sorry, I apologize on that. So even that's part of the ISO rating is they look at the 911 communications center and what equipment, what size, what's our ability to staff. So Virginia Department of Fire Programs did the same thing also, and they recommended that the EOC be looked at, the 911 piece be looked at, and the Fire and EMS administration location looked at. So as you can see, as the more consultants we're bringing in, we're seeing that there's all these different facets to it, but they all do this at the same time. Lastly, Black and Veatch, the company of RCC came in, and they're the ones who presented to you at December 1st, and they were the ones who also recommended the same thing from the 2007 study from VITA, that it was a P25 VHF radio system needs to be actually implemented because of everything that came out in that study. So what we gathered from this is that there's a radio piece, there's a building piece, and so there's a location piece, and then there's a technology piece also. So we started looking at this and saying and thinking about this together collaboratively, what's the best way to attack this? Is there a way to do this together as one collaborative effort? And staff actually came out back and said yes. So, piggybacking off of that, so some of the necessary requirements was the system must be housed, and what we say is the radio system. If we were to implement the radio system today, it would be housed in 2 locations. You still have to put it into the Sheriff's Office, and you would still have to put it here. This building, as we've already discussed, is not able to be grounded. The Sheriff's Office would also have to have a separate radio server. So it would be 2 separate housing for the same equipment to run one center. There's critical space needs, not only for the 911 center, but for the Sheriff's Office, for Fire and EMS, for the EOC, and for the IT. And that's all come out from the consultant study and the work that we have been done. We're also, as you already heard me, and from one of the first slides, is that we're looking to reduce duplication of equipment, architecture and engineering, consultant work, maintenance, anywhere where we think that we can consolidate this and actually reduce costs and some of that duplication, we try to take a look at. It does bring some challenges because there is some timing pieces to this. We have some deadlines over here. How long would it take us to do this piece? And that's some of the questions we've started working through. We just honestly don't know 100% of those answers, but are willing to work through everything honestly to get what we need. The coordination, it's a lot of stakeholders involved, but do know, all of us are here today and have the commitment that we're ready to collaborate on this. We're ready to figure this all out. And then prioritization of needs. And again, whenever you have a multi-stakeholder involvement, everybody has different needs from that. And it's about flushing it out and actually getting there and going through the process to figure that all out. So the first thing that I want to talk about is actually the radio system and the actual recommendations that were brought to light. If you remember from the Black and Veatch, there was 3 viable recommendations the Black and Veatch presented to us. Recommendations 1 and 2 were to actually do a standalone P25 VHF radio system with a standalone master switch. And what that means is that Orange just buys their own radio system. Okay. The second alternative that they said was Orange buy your own radio system and go ahead and partner with Fluvanna, drill into their master core. And the third alternative that came from this, and this is the one that staff is actually recommending, is that we jointly procure a radio system with Louisa and also tie into Fluvanna's core. We thought that this was probably the best way to get economies of scale, was to fix our interoperability issue and also to get our interoperability issue fixed too. From alternative number 3, we realized that it exceeds the goal of 95% reliability. It improved the coverage in the 6 dB buildings. It provides a redundant master site controller, core or backup, so if anything was to happen in Orange, it would automatically switch over to Fluvanna. It provides updated equipment to resolve the how we've got some outdated equipment and equipment reaching end of life. It provides the ability to reduce channel congestion. If Louisa, Fluvanna, and Orange goes together and shares our channels, if you remember, Wayne said we would never be able to, we would never reach capacity basically, which is a huge deal when we're trying to future-proof this. We don't want to build something today that 5 years from now doesn't fit us. Okay. This would also allow the county school system and other county agencies to operate on a single common radio system. We talked about the ability to bring public work, so if there was a snow emergency, we now have direct contact with them. If there's a hydrant out of service, we now have direct contact with them. If we needed to get a hold of the school buses, we now have direct contact with them. We looked at bringing Lake of the Woods security on this, Germanna. Basically, if you build it, they will come, is the old adage. I know in Fauquier's radio system, they actually have the landfill on their radio system. And the landfill was so excited to be part of that. And now they have direct communications back to the 911 center. And little sidebar, they had a lady fall into a trash compactor and she had a radio on it. And she could actually hit the 911 center. But again, it's just a way that here we can take one system as opposed to having all these multi-systems consolidated and actually get more out of it. And then it provides internal and external interoperability. We'd be able to communicate with Culpeper, Spotsylvania, Stafford, anybody who had a P25 system, we'd actually be able to communicate with almost seamlessly.
Okay, are there other examples of people who have done this same kind of thing, this kind of integration?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to see what their experience was with that kind of integration?
So knowing my background, I'm very personally familiar with the Fauquier, Rappahannock, Culpeper. I came from Culpeper. I came from Fauquier Sheriff's Office. That's where I started. I went to Culpeper, was there for several years, and then obviously Orange. So Fauquier, Culpeper, and Rappahannock actually procured a radio system in a very similar manner. The technology was a little bit different then, and it has changed. But so I'll speak to what I know today and how they're going forward with they're required to do an upgrade because of end-of-life cycles. Fauquier built a radio system, and Culpeper's immediately recognized the benefits of sharing the radio system for the channel, the increased capacity, some of the backup features. They also realized that Culpeper and Fauquier were each other's backup systems to each other. So if Culpeper's building was to catch on fire, they could go somewhere, still get into their radio channels, and still be able to function as a 911 center. Further along the line, a few years went by, and Rappahannock was in dire need of upgrading their radio system too. Rappahannock soon realized that the Fauquier and Culpeper radio sites actually covered all of Rappahannock County. There's not a single radio site in Rappahannock County. It's actually covered by Fauquier and Culpeper. So the three agencies realized that there's a lot of mutual benefit on doing this together. So they all jointly fund operational costs together, and it's split. They have percentages, they have contractual language, they have legal language, but it absolutely works. Right now they are looking at upgrading and have actually gone through a procurement together where all three counties have come together to select an RFP for the consultant who's going to do the upgrade. So they're actually successfully working this through. There's an area outside of Richmond, Chesterfield, is it Henrico? Yeah, and Hanover have done the exact same thing. And I've actually got their language, I've seen their legalese, how they've got it divided, and they did it again because
Okay, all right, that's,
Yeah.
I've got enough.
Okay.
Just one follow-up.
Yeah.
Did they integrate all of the first responder as well as the schools and others together? Is that their system is?
Yes, they have everything from your first responder, police officer, deputy, fire truck, all the way through to the landfill. Public Works is on that. The schools, there's interoperability between the schools and the school buses. It's a seamless radio system that they share between amongst whomever. Yeah.
One thing is that the portables and the vehicle radios are different. You know, a school bus does not need what a deputy
Correct.
has and things, and so there
Yeah.
are different units depending on their usage.
So that's, in a nutshell, that's why we believe alternative 3 is the most viable option. I know Brian has been working nonstop with the other county administrators also in this piece too, and we've had those conversations. But again, those are just high-level conversations with no.
Yeah, I think there's certainly with my counterparts in Louise and Flavanna, understanding of, at least from our levels, what integration means from an operation, maintenance, capital cost. There's been we haven't approached either of the boards or anything like that if there's interest there, but that would be some guidance then to do this. That's the big caveat on recommendation 3 is to start in earnest with the other communities and seeing this. I do know, as Wayne said, Flavanna is going to be taking delivery of their radio here in the next 3 or 4 months, and then there's a commissioning cycle, so I think it was a year from now.
Correct.
By the time it would be up.
I think January 2017 is when they hope to go live, if I'm not mistaken.
So your alternative 3 that you're discussing there is actually a combination of what, their 4 and 5 and
Yes.
2?
Correct.
So it's 2, 4, and 5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I think in the slide presentation it was broken out a little bit more. So from Rock and Beach, so I apologize. So that's the staff recommendation that we have with alternative 3. So as we talked about with this, though, one of the other pieces where we need some guidance from the board is on the location of this and all the other pieces that come together with this project. Okay. So if you remember, the first thing that we looked at in 2011, 2012 was the Gordon building redesign. This was scoped by Wiley Wilson. It was the least cost out of all the projects I've ever brought up here. We know the risks that, here it is, okay. It does not meet all the space needs that we have seen also come out of all these studies. It's still a duplication of equipment and products. This for first responder safety concerns. Again, we're still in the basement, we're still in town. It's not scalable. It's not P25 or R56 compliant. Still no interoperability, and actually from the discussion from 2012, the Board of Supervisors advised that it was probably not the most viable option. So when we start looking at things, if we stay here, this is all we can accomplish. We still haven't addressed all the issues that we have. The next option that we looked at was the Sheriff's Office redesign. And again, this was another idea that came about. We saw what it would be to stay here, said, okay, let's look outside here. And this again was scoped by Wiley Wilson in 2013. We have recent budget figures from that we can present you. They're only a couple years old. It does meet our minimum needs, and it uses current facilities and land. However, again, it's not scalable because that's the parcel that we have to work on. It does have limited use. There's no fiber connectivity out there, which is a big deal for us, especially when we talk networks. We need fiber, especially the amount of data that we're going to be processing, 911 phone calls. We need fiber wherever we go. And IT and the fire and EMS needs are still severely limited. We still haven't addressed those. So when we look at that as a scale, you can see that this bubble chart is actually growing, but we're still not hitting everything that we need to hit. So I say that we're not hitting everything that we need to hit. Like I said, we started working collaboratively, and we kind of did a lot of what-if scenarios, and we kind of said the prioritization of needs. The Sheriff's Office has a priority over here, this is my priority, this is the 911, this is IT's priority. And we all started realizing that, wait a second, we're all saying a lot of the same things. And it's because of our collaborative efforts that we realized that there's a lot of projects that we could actually probably come together on. So what we did is we went into the CIP and actually pulled out all the CIP things that actually touch multi-agencies, and wanted to show you how these kind of all can be tackled together as opposed to independent objects for each department. So obviously the communication system is the radio system that affects all of us. The public safety facility is a critical need for the 911 center. It's for fire and EMS, the Sheriff's Office, the EOT, the IT department, and possibly also looking at some fleet maintenance. Radios and pagers are already in the CIP, and they get replaced every 3 to 5 years based on the actual needs of the fire departments and the wear and tear of them. CAD was a huge thing that came out of all of this. As the Sheriff's Office was going through, they just got a notice that their CAD system is on an end-of-life cycle also. Their CAD system was bought out by another company, and is it 2018?
We have 4 years.
4 years? Okay, I apologize. So 2019 then, correct? By 2019, the Sheriff's Office has to replace their CAD system and their records management system. The 911 Center is also looking at doing a CAD upgrade. Currently, we have 4 licenses. We realize that we have 5 dispatch positions, so wouldn't it make sense for all of us to come on the same CAD system? And that's some of the discussions that we've actually been having. That instead of the Sheriff's Office going out and buying their own CAD system, we still have 2 systems that need to be maintained, and there's still not that interoperability. That could we actually look at this and procure this together and end up on the same actual CAD system? With that goes the CAD workstation. So if I have 3 workstations needing to be replaced, the Sheriff's Office has 3 workstations needing to be replaced. Public safety servers. So as you saw from the big diagram, we all have multiple different servers. So I have needs, the fire rescue has needs, and then also the Sheriff's Office has needs. And right now we currently do them separately. They do not connect, they do not work, they're all just separate and very independent of each other. In general, there's IT equipment. Everything is computer driven in this day and age. And then the other thing that we saw was the Sheriff's Office parking lot repair. Depending on which way we go, is this something that we should tackle, not tackle? And these are the kind of things that the guidance and the information that we're looking for. So we realized that there was when I said that once we started looking at this radio system, and we started looking at the location and where are we going to house this, and then we started looking at what's going on in your world, and then we started realizing that there was all these other needs going on that can actually be tackled together. So option 3 is doing a consolidated operations center, and what this gives us is the flexibility and the scalability over time. We know it's going to be a secure facility. There's some possibility in growth and partnering with Orange County Public Schools as a career technical education opportunities. There's some possible fleet maintenance use because we'll have the room to expand, and we can actually address the sheriffs, the fire rescue, the public schools in the county. And then there's some prediction and containment of future expenses. Some of the challenges that this brings to light though is the unknown location, the planning, the time that it's actually going to take to make this all happen, and the consolidation and actually moving challenges that come with a project so large. Overall, this is where we see the actual scale of this going. we're not saying that this is what we want to do today, but we're realizing that as we plan for today, that we can plan for tomorrow and hopefully build, is what we like to say, a 50-year building. I know Mr. David's been in contact with the schools, and we've actually started looking at this and saying, how can we just expand past just this, and what else can we tackle with different things as our needs are coming to light. So when we compare all three options, we believe option number 1 is not viable. We have option number 2, which is the sheriff's office redesign that allows us to get everything that, this is what we can get out of this. And then option 3 for us would actually, we believe, cover all our needs that have come out that consultants have recommended. At this point though, this is what we have talked about, this is what we have discussed, these are our ideas, but we're definitely looking for the Board of Supervisors from discussion for some guidance. But we understand that it's technology that is driving a lot of this also, and that's how we kind of got to where we did today, working collaboratively between all of us.
One of the points you made, and left the question mark of location, did your group have discussions about geography? Is there an area of the county that is, forget all the other features, if you could, on a map, if you could put your finger in a spot, is there a spot that would have advantages in terms of efficiencies and response times and all the other things that you discussed?
There was some discussion on the Route 20 corridor, and that goes because of the fiber connectivity, and then also from the fire program study of where the next fire station should be placed. We believed it would address that issue. It may not be exactly where the fire program is recommended, so we did take that into consideration, knowing that we had this fire department piece and knowing that we need a fiber connectivity ring on this also.
And most likely water and sewer would be an advantage. Let me speak to this location. I think it was, as well as I understand, pretty well settled that this building was insufficient for us to do things. They were fundamental in the board. Past boards had kind of worked through that. So then that left the sheriff's office, which frankly is doable. I mean, we could consolidate the dispatches and put the system there. The footprint of that property is about 5 acres.
Correct,
I
yes.
think. There is no water sewer there. There is fiber. I think Comcast has some fiber out. We'll talk later about maybe some fiber opportunities down 20. And so that then, that was certainly an option. And then we also saw at some unknown location. I mean, there may be some property the county, the schools already own that we could redevelop, but we didn't go there. We just said if we're going to look at some type of kind of a future build, the sheriff's office, just because of its logistic, and I haven't looked at any acquisition of adjacent properties or anything like that. So that's why it drove to this other location as a new location, as an option, but that's not an option we've done anything more than just talked about.
Well, other question is, you had fleet maintenance and possibly, I'm guessing, school buses, school garage. I think it's good if we could put all that in a central facility. However, I also think it's crucial that if we do go with a new structure somewhere, we need to have public safety isolated from any of the other operations so that it is a totally secure area, especially given the day and times we're living in now. So I'd like to see something like that, but definitely secure these from everything else.
The fleet maintenance piece is, and again, this is kind of an all-in look. How this could be phased or spaced out over time is certainly a decision that's up to this board, and certainly there's a whole financing or cost piece to this. I think we included fleet maintenance because there's a lot of outsourced work now, certainly on our rolling stock and fire, EMS, and law enforcement. The schools have their garage, as I understand it from Dr. Tanner in the school. That's some prime property that the schools might have some otherwise uses for, and I think their master plan actually showed some other uses in those locations. And there's been a lot of experience in other communities where you take all of those functions of the government that have rolling stock, schools, law, fire, and you consolidate them to do routine maintenance but not major repairs. You don't scale up to that point. And school buses have to be inspected. You can't take them to a service station to inspect it, so you have an inspections function. And doing the routine maintenance in one location with fuel, schools and general governments have seen some efficiencies.
What is the advantages of co-location fleet maintenance with public safety?
Because that generally is the groups, and Public Works also has some rolling stock. I mean, it's just
I'm
having.
just saying that I could do the public safety, communications, emergency rooms, sheriff offices, EMS offices, all of that co-located, but I'm not sure that the fleet maintenance fits into that same category of consolidation.
And that's what I was saying, is you'd have to have, you could possibly do everything on one site if we got this grandiose with it, but we need to
Well,
isolate
Yeah, and
what
here's,
we're looking at
part of
here.
this is a practical matter when it comes to public safety, is that if you have cars that need to be routine maintenance, having a remote site 3 or 4 miles, that's all that.
I mean, I can understand that that fleet maintenance can be justified on its own merits. But I'm not sure that I see any, if we happen to have them nearby, that might be okay, but I'm not sure that the co-location of that is as much of a driver, as each one has its own basis for being a good decision.
Do we have any sense at this point of if you pulled all of the various functions within the budget for all of these activities, everything on your previous bubble chart there, do we have any sense of what that cost to the taxpayers really looks like on an annual basis? Facility costs, equipment repair, maintenance, contract? I mean, it sounds like it's a significant number of zeros after.
I think it would
Some
be
number,
significant, but no, we're at this point where we're trying to get you all to engage really for the first time on trying to get some questions posed and then answers we can bring back.
Well, I got one question. What kind of acreage are we talking about? We're looking at 5 now, and 5 is insufficient. What
For
kind
all
of acreage?
these other uses, I mean, that 5 acres would be a challenge, but.
Well, and you're not gonna put repair the buses and everything on 5 acres, that'd take 5 acres by itself. But I mean, to house what we're talking about, what is it we really need? What's y'all's assessment?
We haven't gotten past this just initial
Okay.
stage.
Well, I mean, because that sort of determines where we look for land, if we're
If-
talking about
if-
running for land.
If that's the course that you want us to go look at, yeah.
And
Also-
one of the reasons I asked the question about location, if they're in their discussions, if they said, boy, wouldn't it be great if we were generally in this area? And you said 20, but I mean, that's 38 miles of road or something like that.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I'll put my 2 cents worth in, that we wanna be probably within a mile of the airport, the existing sheriff's office, and.
That's still centrally located. so-
Right, that's centrally located, and looking, if this is looking at a 50-year plan, I don't know how long this building's going to last without phenomenal amount of work. I may be the only one that has any desire to get out of town, as it were, but, I've been around other places where they consolidate pretty much all the county functions in one general area, and, it makes everything a whole lot better. And like I said, this building, to do a renovation of this building, rather than going out and buying Band-Aids, is a big difference. So that's looking long-term, not short-term, but long-term.
Right, and I just wanna, we saw an ability to kind of scale this up to a larger, we really wanted, the radio system in and of itself requires a location. What are our reasonable options? This not being one, the sheriff's office being a potential one, but then is that a long-term venture, and that's why it came to this location X.
So obviously, as you create any place like this, you've got to keep the existing functions operating. So, I mean, that poses a challenge maybe for the sheriff's office area.
Renovation, expansion, or.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the next step then is to start looking for the scope. I would want to see a lot more justification that we'd need to do the fleet maintenance as a part of it. I'd ask John whether this facility should have one of its EMS stations there or not.
I definitely think so.
So we would have some ambulances there and.
Probably
and-
put a fire truck in and let's spread our resources throughout the county.
Okay, all right.
Well, we're talking about staying in an area similar to where we are now, and we're not talking about the same place. At some point in time, if we move the sheriff's office, co-locate with the 911 and put this someplace, we got 5 acres we can put a bus repair place on. So they're not in the same place, but they're very closely located if we can acquire property. So that sort of solves both problems without having to buy a huge
Okay.
chunk of property,
That's a good thought.
because we already got a place there, it's got a road.
I mean, I just, if there were a lot of advantages to having fleet maintenance adjacent, I could see it, but I'm having a hard time generating a lot of enthusiasm or, and,
I think, Mr. Frame, what we were trying to do was saying, here's the universe of uses
Yeah.
that make some reasonable sense.
well, I mean, if somebody would say that, yeah, we've got a good location, we could do it all there, I'm not saying that I'd be against it, but I think back to Teal's point, that if I'm looking at just public safety, the sheriff, EMS, emergency center, all of those things, maybe some offices to go along with it, that's probably a smaller footprint that we could probably find.
Right, let me maybe come at it from this standpoint. We want it because the integration of most of the public safety functions have vehicles in the schools, primarily the transportation, knowing that the school wanted to relocate that garage, we wanted, well, maybe there's an opportunity, and Dr. Tanner and I have talked about globally of the consolidation of services between the schools and general government. We fit this in, but this, believe me, this whole project does not rest on the fleet services.
I understand.
That's really a minor part of it all.
So from a consensus here, where should we ask the county staff to start working?
I'd like to see.
I think that's, we need to talk about that. don't we?
Okay, all right, that's fine, that's fine.
I mean, I think we've been presented with something, now we need to digest it, think about it, and then have a work session, or maybe more than one work session, to talk about, where we wanna go from here.
Something I'd like to see, so that we can have some intelligent conversation in the work session, is to give us an idea of where, not a specific site, definitely, where would be the best place.
Well, where's
I'm
the
not even-
fiber? That's the question,
Right.
because if we need the fiber, where is it now? Is it
Where's
close
the
to-
water and sewer, can we extend the fiber, can we extend the water and sewer? What parcels would be available? I mean, I'm not, I mean,
Let me make a suggestion.
We might even wanna talk about this at our retreat.
Well, one of, and picking up on what Mr. Johnson said, I mean, there is no critical timelines other than the radio system piece. It's got some things going on with end of life cycle and such. And really maybe one of these decisions is radio system location, but understanding that the two are gonna have to merge at some point.
well, it would seem to me that we would wanna put them create them together, as opposed to, trying to do one and then do the other, and,
Well, I think if the board, and I agree, coming back at a work session, and one, to get some direction, some questions now today that we can go answer, I think Mr. Whitehead about operation, what are all the numbers that are involved in the resources. I think getting a decision on your mind of the radio system that we then could start going through a more deliberate process is important. The concurrent and parallel track is the location question. Where's this house? Knowing that decision is going to have to be made at some critical point, that I don't have answer for you today of here along the design and procurement of the radio system, we've got to make a decision in order that when it gets delivered, we have a location and a building for it.
But if I understood correctly, an option, even for the radio system, is not to continue here. You can't, P25, this building cannot be made P25 compliant.
No, it cannot.
So now we can set that option aside, and so you're talking about either doing something with the existing sheriff's location, not necessarily the building itself, but location.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, 3 of us sat here and agreed on that
Yeah.
just a few years ago.
This isn't the place, yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is, Megan, is you can't therefore make the radio or the communication system decision independent of the location decision, because a default position is not down the hall here.
Well, yes, and I guess where I may restate this. The type of system, you know, the core, the network, a lot of those technical pieces, you know, that option 3, which is, I guess, a hybrid of 4, 5, 6 and things. If you all are comfortable with us starting a process, because we're gonna have to go through a procurement process just to get under design with that before we can get some prices. What I'm saying is, the radio system design is one that we, you know, maybe moving through a process, but I'd like to be able for us to come back and say, okay, here's the critical points where a location decision is gonna be, we need to make it before we take another step. I'd like to be able to come back in January at least.
So you're saying we can start to design the radio system without necessarily knowing a location? And then at some point along that process, we need to make a determination on location?
Or stop the design process, or suspend it or something. I'd like to be able to at least come back to you all with maybe a Gantt chart or somehow that would look like
Okay.
next meeting.
I've got one other question then. In doing this with the different parts and pieces moving around, your discussions with Christian and them, do those need to proceed independent of our building decision? I think we still need to go ahead and move forward on that, so we're all aligned
Yeah,
before
I think the building decision, time-wise, we can catch up with the radio system. We're not gonna be able to catch up with, you know, holding off on the radio system to do something with what structure we put it in.
We need to move forward with the radio system
Regardless.
while we're figuring out what we're gonna do with the building.
Right,
Yeah, yeah.
right, I mean, plain and simple, because.
in the coordination with the other counties.
Exactly.
If that seems to be a reasonable guidance or consensus, that, let me, in earnest, and kind of with the board, you know, has authorized me to begin a staff-to-staff discussion on what it would mean for us to integrate the system, co-procure with Louise, and then using core. Then that way I can report back and I can go to Christian and Steve Nichols and start that conversation. That's one track. The second track is this location, how big, where, kind of a search ring of things. I want to be real careful that we have not, and so I communicate this, we have not identified any particular piece of property. We have not solicited properties of interest. We haven't done any kind of things. We're just going to do a search area. And then the last piece that we can come back to in January is kind of mapping this all out. Where is the kind of the drop dead date of making a location decision, or you know, acquisition if it's acquisition, or redevelopment of the sheriff's office? How do we
Well, if we're moving ahead on the communications part, I don't see that the location decision having to be made before we have our retreat.
Well, and I don't.
Which give us plenty of time to discuss
Unless
all the
something-
elements of that decision.
Yes, sir, unless there's something in the next couple meeting cycles that we say, we didn't think about this with the radio system that may drive a decision on the
Okay,
location.
all right.
Let us go back and kind of regroup. I think right now I heard pretty much all the good guidance that I need for this point.
Yes.
I'm looking at Nikki and I'm looking, Sheriff, do you have anything to add at this point in time? Okay. Let me just say one other thing. Sheriff and I have had a number of conversations on the consolidation of the dispatch centers. subject to working out the details, particularly with those very sensitive security type of arrangements with the Virginia Criminal Information Network and things. I think we're certainly in mind that we can come up with an operating agreement that would allow a co-located dispatch or a joint dispatch or one unified dispatch to operate. It's been done many times over in the Commonwealth.
It's done here.
Yes, it was.
Some years ago.
So,
Until some years ago.
so we'll do that. And then let us plan to come back at the December, January meeting with some answers, and it may bleed over to the January 25th. But I hear the board on the location decision is a big one, and that we.
Well, and not only the location, but the size of it, I guess is.
What's involved with.
What's
that.
involved with.
Understanding that this place is not an option.
Yeah, I think we're convinced
Yeah,
that this is not.
and part of that, we're gonna need some better information from the sheriff's department in terms of what, if we were to build a new facility for them, they're gonna have to let us know what kind of space they're looking at. So, I mean, we're gonna need all those kinds of course, from EMS also, so.
Right.
Yeah, because we don't wanna build it for today, we want to build it for down the road.
We've got some good information with the Wiley-Wilson study as far as current, future, midterm, long-term strategy for the sheriff, the fire and EMS we don't. I need to be able to sort through how do we get that information. The other part of this is that we do have some funding in our project development fund and the capital improvement to be able to retain some work on that. I would recommend at some point before we do that, you all adopt a reimbursement resolution. We've already done it for the radio system, but I would do it for this so that we could reimburse us future financing. And the last piece on this, and this is one that we just got to start working on, is the financing. How do we pay for this? What do we pay for? What's our budget? How much can we afford? When can we afford it? The finance director and I are actually meeting with Davenport on Friday to begin, to share the updated CIP that comes up next on the work session, but also starting getting them kind of filtered into this process on our what our current and future debt capacity looks like.
All right. You think you got enough?
I got guidance, you got guidance.
All right.
We all got guidance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have almost a full boardroom of staff that's been working on this, so thank you very much for tolerating
Yeah.
each other.
Working John's hard.
At least he doesn't ask you for money every time.
Just a point of privilege, I want to commend Nikki, but as well as just everybody else that's been involved in this. This has been about a year's worth of work that has gotten us to this point today. So I want to recognize their good work.
Thank you.
All right,
All right, we've got 5 minutes for your next item. Can we do that?
for the 5-year CIP,
A minute a year.
this is the point where, as you know, we're a little late in the cycle on this. I've done a pretty detailed board report. You all certainly can move things around, ask questions. Glenda's here as well as Stephanie Straub, who did the nuts and bolts on this. I like some direction. There are two things that, if anything today, would like for you all is the courtroom assessment as well as the economic impact assessment. But I'll stop there and just take some direction.
Well, speaking for me, I'm not ready to commit to either one of those without some further discussion. But that's just me. I mean, I've looked at them and there's merit, but I think we need to review it in the context of the CIP as a.
Well, I mean,
so-
obviously, we've got to make some decisions around especially around the courthouse. And knowing what decisions to make and what to put in the CIP, I think we need to do that analysis ahead of time. Because if we spend a little more time figuring out what that's gonna involve, then we're gonna have a hard time getting it done for the CIP.
Except that this is asking us to spend almost $8,000 for a $30,000 construction project, and that's a lot of analysis.
Well, and I failed to point out, the Commonwealth's attorney has a request in year, what is it, Stephanie? For a expansion of her office, 30, 40, and I don't know where the number came from, but,
$30,000 was submitted by the courts just for their office redesign.
yeah.
They
So
did not take
this,
that to
yeah, the
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth Attorney has repeatedly said that her space needs are not sufficient now, and she's gonna look to do something, so I didn't point that out in my board report, but it was, we can defer this to the January meeting.
Well, that's fine, except we need, we need to make sure we get to it, other than in 4 minutes.
Well, and that's, I didn't want,
You're saying it should be first on the agenda next time?
Or alone, either
Yeah,
one would be
right.
fine.
Well, that
Best
seems to
bet.
be the same thing.
Whoever gets first gets the
We
whole
have good
hour.
intentions, it's just.
Either that or we lengthen our work sessions.
well, and that may be something that, since it will be January 12th, we may want to think about coming in a bit earlier if the board's okay. We are starting to get a fill plate. Director of Finance and I are starting to gear up our budget. And so I'm kind of got some things that need some guidance and direction. So let me reboot. We may want to bring you all in an hour early.
Why not 8 AM? I mean, just make a day of it.
I
Yeah.
will be in Raleigh until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, well, we can start no earlier than 1.
I said I'll be in Raleigh until 1.
Oh, okay.
Or we can do it after, depending on the public hearing. Let me try to carve out some more time for you all with this. And I know my intent
Let's
is
see what happens
never
at the end of the season.
never to
too.
rush a decision.
I mean, what about this evening? Do we have,
That's what I'm thinking. Let's see what happens after we finish our agenda for the evening,
yeah,
for the
we've
regular
got
meeting.
public hearing, but I don't think it's gonna take very long, so.
All right,
That'll work.
okay. All right. Well, we got 3 minutes break.
Wow.
Good. I've got a couple
Throw me a
of
good
late
thought
items
there.
I need to-
What's that?
I have some late items.
They came in pairs.
Yes,
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Couple of changes to the agenda, a couple of additional items under the county administrator's reports. Item 7F will be on the GCC, Germanna Community College, the bond issue there, and item 7G on the treasurer's turnover audit. Any other amendments to the agenda?
so moved as amended.
Can I get a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Agenda has been adopted. Special presentation of appearances, the update on the real property reassessment, Wampler Eanes.
Good afternoon, Board. Gary Eanes, thank you for our opportunity to be here again. Just want to come by and give you an update since we've finished our informal hearings. Just a little history, maybe a little bragging too, but Steve and I are going into our 20th year this year of doing reassessments in Virginia and North Carolina. As of this month, we will have completed 80 reassessments in 43 different localities, over 1,300,000 parcels. So just wanted to put that out there for the public to know where we've come from and where we've been. Second opportunity to work for Orange County, and it's been a pleasure again to serve the board and the citizens of Orange County. I have Steve Wampler, my business partner, with me, the other half of Wampler Eanes. I have Barbara Groves with us today too. She's one of our chief appraisers and our analysis person who studies the statistical data that we have. Again, sticking with history, 4 years ago, I stood before you folks when we had, I think, a 29% decrease. And I looked at this board and I said, I don't feel like we're at the bottom yet. And a year later, I got a call from the Department of Taxation, and they said, your numbers are coming in high on Orange County. And I said, well, I told the board they may do so. We have to look at sales, what has occurred. We can't look at, we look at listings, But we have to, as appraisers, go by what things are selling for. And at that time, we used every sale that we had up until October of 2011. Same thing this time. But I'm here to tell you that I think that it's turning around this time. And I'm hoping that a year from now, when the state studies our ratio, I hope that the ratio is going to come down a little bit. The other recommendation 4 years ago from the Department of Taxation, they said, what was it the day you left? And I said, well, when we left the reassessment, we were at 98%. He said, you probably should have shot for 95%. And I said, well, my contract says, 100%, but if you know how statistics are, if you're at 95%, you're going to be over some, you're going to be under some. But it's all a big mixing bowl, basically, of all the sales. Steve Wampler was my supervisor this time, and he was more over the field operations. So I'm going to turn it over to Steve, and then Barbara will go over some statistical analysis. We won't be long, and we know you probably have some questions, but we hope that some of your questions will be answered as we go through our little presentation. All right, thank you.
Chairman, board members, county administrator, county attorney, our pleasure again. What we have tonight, we brought our into the job sales study that we would like to present. I don't know if y'all want to get into your questions first, or we can go through our figures. It's your pleasure.
Why don't you go ahead with your presentation?
Okay, let's go ahead and.
I'll bring it up and pull you out a copy. You can tell me where you want me to go.
Just
Let me
start.
bring this up for you.
Yeah.
Let me step over here. Okay.
Are we not gonna be able to get it on this? Is it just gonna be on this TV?
Okay. She's flipping the switch, so what we see here is what they're going to see over there. Is that as big as it gets? Yes, I guess it is, okay. How do I get rid of that? Okay, so,
This is what we base our numbers on. Right now, do y'all have it on the screen here?
Yes.
Steve, I can
Okay.
use the mouse here. When I move the cursor here, they're gonna see that moving.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever you wanna point to something, we can use the mouse.
Right. What we did, we did a sales study at the inception of this job. I guess it was, October 14?
August of 14.
August 14, when we first starting the job, and then we do one here at the end that we've just given to, we're turning it over to the county. We've already given the Commissioner of Revenue a copy a couple weeks ago of the study. But right here we first see, could you move that for me? The 572 count right there, that's all classes of sales, classes 1 through 6, which urban all the way up to class 6, which are 100-acre tracts and larger. Our ratio out of 572 sales, which those sales occurred from October 14 through October 27, 2015, we're at 97.4%. And as Gary mentioned some ratios earlier, this is where we feel like we need to be. These are just sales that we've considered arm's length transactions that we've looked at. If we move down to the next line, and this is just a recap
Explain
sheet.
that median ratio.
That means, in layman's terms, if your house is worth $100,000, you're paying taxes on $97,400. It's just
Okay,
numbers.
so your ratio is the assessed valuation versus the
Sale price.
The sale price.
Right, that's correct.
Right.
And like I say, that's a rather large number, 572. That's a very good representative sampling of sales. Y'all have had some activity, and
Now, that's the median ratio. What are the extents of that, the highs and the lows?
we have that. Go into the spreadsheet there, Barbara.
I mean, if you're gonna hit it in your presentation, go ahead.
Well, we're gonna get to that, but
Mm.
they're right there. Go to column
just-
K.
Well, yeah, column K shows you, this is sorted by map number though, let me sort it by, ratio. And generally, you know, you're gonna have a handful that are down in the sixties, as you see the very first item there is at 67.3%. And in going down the page, you would, you know, you'll see ratios maybe as high as 130 or some odd. So I don't have the ratio range at the top of my thoughts right at the moment, but 126, there's 106, 86, and so on. You can't hit them all
So,
because there's
So
just
from
quite a
67
range.
to 130.
Something
Right.
to that
Okay.
effect. I could sort it and find out.
and that's just a sampling of the ratios, but
Mhm.
that's in the spreadsheet, but what we're going to touch on, we're going to go through each category here. Let's
Yeah,
see
we
where-
will. Ratio, smallest to largest. It is actually 54% up to 151.4.
So we have pieces that have sold, was that the new assessment or the old assessment?
No, this is the new assessment.
So I have a parcel that sold, and we've assessed it at half the value that it was sold at?
For equalization, that's very well could be true, that's correct. And, you know, we consider equalization a priority just
All right,
as
okay.
market value. So that could be true, right. But the medium average is a 97.4. That's what we're
So
looking
is there
at.
any real rhyme and reason to this? And I'm not, for the life of me, when I spoke to you on the phone, you told me that 97% was the average. I have a piece of property that went for 3 acres, went from a value of 50,000 to a value of 30,000, which in my closest calculations is roughly a 41% difference.
Decrease. Yeah, the overall decrease in value, I think, was 1.3%. That was the countywide average, I think, this reassessment.
Then how does a parcel of land lose 41% of its value?
Well, it's just, we're sort of like historians, we have to follow the sales, and we see, you know, a great number of sales, you know, I'll take, for example, I think Kenny Dotson has a sign up on 2 acres for 19,000. A lot of these properties, we had, you know, 40, 35 on them, and, of course, on that, there again, that's asking, he tells me,
I understand. It's just.
but we're seeing sales, you know, in that range, you know, 20, 25,000, where before they were 40 or 45, and that's what, you know, like I say, we're like historians, we just follow the market.
Okay, I'm not happy with the explanation of how all this is done. I know a lot of it has to do with other houses and properties in an area. You do comps.
Right.
I don't
And this is a mass appraisal process, we're looking
And
at
I don't understand how a comp sold for the assessed value and it drops the price of the house next door
right.
during the assessment.
Right, one comp won't do that, but 3 or 4, that will make the market.
Okay.
And that, as appraisers, that's what we, you know, that's what we look at. Again, look at the market. And as Gary stated, you know, we believe the market is coming back. Go in here, pull up this section,
Vacant land under
yeah, the
20
vacant,
acres?
yeah,
Talking
vacant
about
land
it in
under
general
20.
averages.
Right.
But,
There they
when
are.
I'm looking at something that's sold for 2/3 or 50% more than its assessed valuation within the last year.
Yeah, and I've had other people calling me saying that their land values have dropped $80,000. We were on the down curve the last time around. Talked to all the local realtors. We're not in the bargain basement section anymore.
Right, I understand.
So it's
We're-
very difficult to understand.
And things are coming back, we're still looking at some 13 and 14 sales, 50, I mean, we have to on commercial properties, we go back, due to the scarcity of sales, we'll go back, you know, 3, 4, 5 years. But, our raw land sales right here, tell us we're at 106.4, and that tells us we're a little, you know, we're a little high on raw land right now, maybe here in the county, according to these sales that we have.
And there were a number that came into hearings that were complaining that land was still high. So,
How many came in for a reevaluation? How many different people came in?
I think we had 375 appeals, But you're seeing, we just finished Shenandoah County and Clark County, and they're seeing the same trends. They were both down. I think Clark was a -7, and what was,
Shenandoah was -4.
-4, so we're,
4%, 7%?
Of those three
Clark
hundred
was
and seven,
-7, so we're,
Those were 6-year assessments.
Ah.
of those 375, how many were changed?
279. About 96 received no change.
Up or down?
It was a mix.
yeah, it was a mix.
It's a
We don't
mix.
have that information. Those notices will be mailed out probably within the next
Next week or
5 to
so.
10 business
Yeah,
days,
easily.
I'd say. But like I say, our sales ratios tell us we're right where we need to be.
Yeah. And keep in mind too, this is, as we keep saying, it's mass appraisal. We can't pull 3 comps for every house. We have to take all 572
Understand.
sales and build it into your cost, your mass appraisal system, to make it work. So it's, that's why we have to look at statistics and, if we could get in every house and look at the condition and the quality of them, that's one thing.
No, we
But,
understand.
when we have to walk around the outside, and some of those we don't have permission to do, then, you have to make your best judgment from the information that you have.
Can you help us to try to get a snapshot of what happened throughout the county? Can you make comments by either areas of the county that you found things that were different or the same, or, because it,
The south of Route 20 seemed to probably have the most fluctuation in land values going down. I would say, and maybe up through the
Route 20 through to Unionville, that's where Kenny Dotson has some, is advertising those lots, 2 acres for 19,000, so they're, still out there. And those were valued at 80-some thousand.
And some of the lots, the lots that people have now, they're, of course, our big boom days are over. It's their bad lots, or lots with no access, bad topo, irregular shaped lots, no road frontage. That's what.
what about existing homes? I'm not focused on vacant land as much as I am on existing homes. That's what most people are interested in. I mean, if you look at a map of the county, can you make any comments about what you saw, what the nature of the changes are, what's driving the changes, sort of neighborhood by neighborhood? I'm not trying to get you to go through
No,
neighborhoods, but I'm trying to get a sense of what you found.
Somerset area was probably, and Barbersville, that was the most stable area as far as values.
And can you give me what do you mean by stable?
No change,
No
very little change.
Very little change in
Percent
land, buildings.
So,
I don't know.
less,
It was probably basically flat to
okay,
just flat.
all right.
We saw some increase at Lake of the Woods, especially the off-water lots. And, that right there in itself is a good sign that, I think that things are turning around. Last time, recreational type properties, that area, there's just still in that part of the county, there's still so many vacant lots. And I think that's part of the reason your land values have dropped. There's still, it's all about.
High inventory.
Right, supply and demand. If there's too much supply and too little demand, then, prices drop.
Did you have a chance to look at their process, how they did the whole
Yes, I
process?
did. Yes, I did.
And you understand it now?
I understand what the process is supposed to be, yes. I am still not happy with it. I really don't get a sense from my constituents that have called me, nor from myself, how the whole process was done completely. I asked Mr. Eanes at the first meeting not to trespass, or there were no trespassing signs. We were told later that it isn't in your contract that you have to go to each and every property.
We have to attend.
Okay, well, and I understand that. Well, the attempt was made at both of my properties because there was a yellow sticker up there. However, I can tell you for a fact that had there been a walk-around done to my residence, there would have been a change made. And I spoke to you the other day, Mr. Wampler, when I had put in a,
Well, that was a basement finish, so we would have noticed that.
okay. And then.
But there was a walk-around at your house, because I looked at the photograph. The appraiser that was there did photograph, I mean, he was on, feet on the ground.
Okay, well, I've also had constituents that saw the appraiser pull up to the house, sit in the vehicle, write their information down, and leave.
We have photographs.
I am telling you what we have experienced, and I will tell you, at least from myself and the constituents that contacted me, I'm not happy with the process.
Right, I understand.
understand that it's a state mandated process, and so be it, but I am not at all satisfied with the delivery of the process. And I will stop there because I have already voiced my concerns, and the other gentlemen probably have things with more interest.
These slides you have, do you have copies of those for us?
The sales study?
The stuff you've just been presenting. I've
Oh,
looked at
yes,
a couple of them.
absolutely, yeah, yes. We have a copy at the Commissioner of Revenue's office, we can certainly get you some copies.
I have some of these, the recap page.
Yeah, we gotta give them the whole,
They want
Right,
the whole
right,
thing, which
right.
is in the COO office largely.
Yeah, we can certainly give you.
We'll get those
The
too.
commissioner has it, we can make duplications
Right.
of that and provide that to the board.
All right.
Any other questions or
Does anybody else
comments?
have any other
we need
questions?
to
Any more,
address?
you, go ahead and continue with your presentation if you have any more to say.
Go on.
Well, this is just basically a run-through of the sales. This is what we have. I think we touched on, go under vacant lots under 20 acres, Barbara. That's,
Vacant lots under 20 acres, in neighborhood one, which is countywide, not including lakefront, waterfront, Lake of the Woods properties, so every other property.
how many sales was in that
We had
category?
39 sales in that 1 year of vacant under 20 acres.
And our ratios there are 106.4, so we're still a little high on our vacant land with these 39 sales that we have, so. The figures, they are what they are. I mean, it's, and we're to be at 100%, and that's what we've strived to be at, so,
Above 20 acres vacant, we have 8 sales, so we're at 98.4. Your vacant land, waterfront, or in Lake of the Woods, these are the two neighborhoods for those. Neighborhood 2 is only waterfront parcels in Lake of the Woods and on Lake Anna. In the vacant land, there was only 3 sales, waterfront in those two neighborhoods at 90.3%. With the house, there were 43 waterfront property sales, 93.9. Neighborhood 3 is only water view and non-waterfront that are in Lake of the Woods on 12A, map 12A. So that is neighborhood 3, with 13 vacant land sales. Lake of the Woods, and again, not waterfront, only water view, 97.8, and then 181 with houses at your 97.8 ratio. And
So
they
the
have
figure-
commercial, double wides, and so
so
on.
we're real happy with the figures that we came up. We do this on every locality that we work in Virginia and North Carolina, and this is sort of the proof of the pudding to say that we feel like our figures are right on the mark.
So the sales that you pull there, the counts,
And
what's the time frame you pulled those from?
These are from basically October of 14 through October the 27th of 15.
And 572 sales, that's a pretty good, as I reiterated before, a representative sampling of the sales. And
These are single parcel sales only, no multi-parcel sales are in this analysis right here.
Can you,
That was looked at
can
as
you
well.
scroll the picture down so we can see your countywide, well,
Oh, the countywide numbers?
Yeah,
Sure,
just-
sir. There we go.
that's up at the very top.
Right. Do you want me to go farther up, Mr. White?
yeah, a little bit. I don't care about the heading, I wanna see
Okay.
there we go, okay.
There we go, okay. And then below that double wide down there at the bottom, they're still larger than 20 acre pieces. So, you want to see that again.
So your largest sales category on that 190, single-family suburban with house.
Mhm.
Any definition that we need to know about that? What does suburban mean?
It's not in the town of Orange, it's
That's
not
gonna be
urban.
class 1 and 2 properties, which are gonna be up to 20 acres in size.
So what is class 10?
Well, class 10, it's really class 1, that's gonna be your suburban and urban properties.
It's gonna be urban, it's
Oh,
gonna be
just
the
gonna be
town of
urban.
Orange, okay?
Just town of
10
Orange.
is gonna be your town of Orange, it's single-family urban versus outlying areas. I believe pretty much
That's
all
gonna be your
the
small
things-
acreages tracts, probably up to
in the
5
town.
acres. or, you
Would
know,
that
just-
include Lake of the Woods?
No, sir.
No, it's not Lake of the
Well,
Woods.
No, it doesn't, this is
Because
neighborhood one.
this is neighborhood
Blue
one,
area is
that's
neighborhood
right.
one, so it's not Lake of the Woods, no, sir.
So, okay. So the 572 were, those weren't all in neighborhood one, that was in
That's countywide.
That's countywide.
countywide.
And
So
then
when I'm working neighborhood one, which is, you say the town of Orange,
Would also be Gordonsville too, wouldn't it?
Whatever is classified in.
Class
in
1, class 1 would be
Renee.
Gordonsville also with it, Renee.
Gordonsville too?
Yes.
Okay.
So you could see, where it says 10, that's really class 1.
okay, all right. And class 2 is up
That's
to
what-
20 acres?
That's up to 20 acres, right.
So I've had 39 homes in.
Well, that's vacant sales. You've had 190.
I'm sorry, I'm
homes.
saying that. 190 with up to, so what's the, on the class 10, what's the acreage on that?
Again, up to 20 acres.
Class 10 and class 20 both have
Yes, sir.
up to 20 acres, okay. All right.
And then, of course, class 3 is multifamily, apartments duplex, class 4 is commercial, class 5 is 20 acres to 99.99, and anything over 100 and over is class 6. And then class 7 is tax exempt, which we have no
No.
exempt categories in this sales study.
Do you have any information, take the 190 single-family suburban with a house.
Right.
Do you have any idea what the range around that ratio was? The ratio is 96.7.
Yeah, sure, single-family suburban with a house, neighborhood one.
Oh, boy, this is a
Let
night
me
test.
just do that sort again here, I guess. Yeah, sort.
Is that in column, still in column?
Yeah, okay, smallest to largest, okay, this is your, single-family suburban, neighborhood one, under 20 acres with a house, you go from 70.2% to,
So it's
151.
It's just
151%.
basically
151.
almost,
Yeah.
almost what the overall range was.
mhm,
So a lot of variability.
mhm, yeah, so true,
It goes back to location, location, location.
it does, it does. You know, during the course of the reassessment, you know, all of the homes were analyzed according to how high they were. 1 story to 1.9, you know, 1.49 stories, 1.5 story to 1.9 stories, and 2 stories and above. It was analyzed according to what the grading of the material and workmanship is for the homes, whether it was a mansion, an A, a B, a C, D, or E grade home. It has been sliced and diced very thoroughly.
How did these assessed valuations, I mean, you're looking at these from 70 to 150%. How did that compare to the previous assessments? If I'm looking, do I get the same variability?
Probably.
Usually,
They're
always
always
a
a
big
Basically,
big
yeah.
range, large range.
and what'll happen, the state will come in and, you know, they'll do their study, you know, behind ours.
I'm just wondering, I'm saying, you had a sales price of substantially more or substantially less than
Right.
that property.
And that's
But what
not,
my question was, did that same difference between the sales price and its previous assessment? In other words, your new assessment versus the old assessment, did you see the same kind of 70% to 150%?
you're talking about our assessment we first did when we first started the job?
No, the assessment that existed before you started, to the one that you came up with now.
Right, we really don't look at those old numbers. We start, anytime we do a new reassessment, we're starting with a new, a new
Yeah, but each
slate.
individual homeowner sees his old number and he sees his new number.
Right, we're
So-
not here to argue about or to talk to the homeowner about percentage of increase or decrease. We're talking
Understand,
about
but
market
I'm trying to
value.
understand if we're saying that the average goes up or down a few percent, and some individual homeowners are seeing, huge cuts or huge increases. That's a little hard, for an individual homeowner to swallow, and I'm looking for the basis for justification of that.
Right, well, a lot of the sales that we see, not only here in Orange, but statewide are just all over the board. I mean, they're just, right now, we try to exclude the foreclosures and the short sales. Those days are actually still here somewhat, but,
But
these are.
those don't go into your database?
No, these are arm's length transactions that we've analyzed and we consider fair market,
Let's take the two
transactions.
extreme examples. What would have caused the 70% and what would have caused the 154%? Generally speaking, what did you see that?
Just someone buying a right of way into the property or something, it just could be just a small sale. And, it's really skewed as far as the ratio that you see. And, when we're, doing these neighborhoods, even though it's in there as an overall, when you're breaking down the neighborhoods, you pick the best sales, for that area. We always start within Lake of the Woods and expand out, or if you're on Route 20, you start with where your subject property is and expand out. So these are just throwing them all in together. So if we're looking at a pocket along Route 20, it could be even tighter, the actual sales that the appraisers use to come up with their numbers. So we have to look at them all, and we gave them all to you to show you that. But when we're working in Gordonsville, we concentrate in Gordonsville, sales there. Lake of the Woods, we stay in Lake of the Woods. If we're in Somerset, we try to stay in Somerset. But when you throw them all together, you're gonna have these variances. And it's everywhere, it's on every job.
Do we have any more questions?
If you have no comps within the county, then you move further out.
You have to move to a different area. And again, this county, you're doing the right thing by reappraising every 4 years. It's hard enough to try to come in and start all over in 4 years, but some of these counties that are 6, in North Carolina, they're 8 years. It's just a matter of, big drops and increases.
And, you have a lot of localities that have their own staff, they do it annual. And in some localities, we do it every 2 years. Y'all might wanna think about doing a 2-year, you don't have so many humps and bumps.
Right. And systems, there are systems out there that allow you to neighborhood more. You're kinda trapped with the system that you have. There are appraisal systems out there in Botetourt County. We're doing it. We have
Do
over
we have any
100
more questions? Teal, you answered?
No, I'm done.
Okay. We've
But anyway, in some
got a number of
counties, we
other
have
things we need to
128
get done here.
neighborhoods versus 30 here.
Okay.
Alrighty,
Thank you
our
very
pleasure.
much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next item is the dispersal of surplus funds generated by delinquent property sales. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. David. It's good to be here. I hope that I can bring you good news rather than bad news.
Did the value of the houses we got rid
Well, I got some good prices, but, no, I've done this now for 32 years, and, hope this isn't my last appearance before the board in this role. But, I'll try to give a little bit of the philosophy that guides us with these sales for delinquent taxes. We will do anything, and for 32 years, we have never sold an occupied building. Not a residence, not a business, because we do our best to work that out with the people. We also try to make sure that what we sell exists. And we check that out. If it warrants it, a survey does, but if it doesn't warrant a survey, then we get it, the surveyor to go by and give us a pretty good idea that it does exist. And we do sell all property, not just what some people refer to as low-hanging fruit. And because Lindsay Gordon kind of put it to me a number of years ago, that in essence you sell the good with the bad, and when you sell the bad, that brings it back on the tax rolls, and hopefully it then turns into productive property. Another thing that I would like to bring to the attention of the board is that local properties, when we institute these proceedings, get redeemed. What we're dealing with are properties that are owned by grandchildren and great-grandchildren and really have no idea that they A, own property, and B, where Orange County is. We paid $40,000 to a woman whose knowledge of Orange County was that she had been down here in the 50s to a place called Blue. And this is found money. It's not money we're taking away from Orange County residents. And I guess my attitude toward it is these surplus funds can be used by the county for schools, law enforcement, and capital improvements. In early December, we turned over $194,297 to the treasurer, and I also submitted some exhibits as to our progress. The exhibit 1 are the delinquent lands that we collected during last year without sale. And out of that, the county got repaid $31,574. The second exhibit is a little bit redundant, so I'm going to skip over it and go to the third. The third shows the amount of surplus funds that have come to the county during this year, which amounts to $202,281. Exhibits.
Let me ask a question.
Some,
Surplus to the county.
yes,
This means I sold the property. Does that all go to the county?
the surplus funds do.
I'm looking at a property here, $113,000. Does that mean there was that much arrears in taxes?
No, that means that that property sold for an amount that paid the taxes, paid the costs, and there was $113,000 left over that went into the surplus funds.
And the surplus fund is there for any claimant
Right.
to come back and get his
Yes.
surplus.
But this-
Um,
This list has been released by the
Yes.
state, I guess, or whomever, the court, to the county. So these
Yes.
are free of obligations at
Yes,
this point.
when properties are sold and generate surplus funds, they remain with the clerk of the court for 2 years after the date of sale. If nobody claims these funds, then they get paid over to the county as surplus funds.
Now, if they get paid as the county as surplus funds, does the claimant still have a right against that
You
property?
could come back to the county and ask, to,
So we better
get-
hang on to it.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
This is usually heir property, and
Yeah.
so it's divisible by a lot of different people, so they would be only entitled to what they could prove, the amount that was divided. You know, some of this is like 188
But how big is this surplus fund that we have with all these properties that have been sold?
At the moment, the surplus funds are shown on Exhibit 4, page 2 of $650,297,
Okay,
which doesn't include the $194,000, so that there's a potential, or is and will be a potential of $844,000 or $845,000.
so there's 800,000 sitting there that we can't really do anything with.
Well, no, I think.
But you've got 194,000 of it, yes.
That explains the dates of 2016 and 2017.
Mhm.
Those funds have been held for 2
2
years.
years, yes.
So basically, people have been given 2 years to
Right, after 2 years, there becomes the
come
county's.
to the county as the
And as I
surplus.
say,
But after the 2 years, they don't have a chance to claim it? Oh,
they
okay.
can claim it from the Board of Supervisors if it gets turned over to the Board of Supervisors.
They can claim it.
They can claim it. The Board of Supervisors doesn't have to grant the claim.
Oh, okay, all right.
But
So we have an option.
I know of at least one case in which that happened.
My, and I'll talk with the finance director, but typically when you're in these situations, these are one-time funds,
Mhm.
and they're very appropriate to go in the capital projects fund,
That's fine.
and then be used for capital projects.
Yeah, we had a case some years ago, and I don't remember the details, but we did grant it, I remember one time, but I don't. It was
Yes,
a very
that-
strange situation.
Okay.
It was
I
a-
could see one.
It was a case in which the court didn't see fit to grant the money to the claimant. And so the claimant's lawyer came to the Board of Supervisors and got the money.
All right,
Yeah.
okay. It's our option then, that's fine.
Yes.
All right,
And
Your exhibit 4, which runs through fall of 17, those are funds that are already being held by the clerk.
yes, sir.
The sales or whatever have already
Yes,
taken
the
place.
sales are complete.
So now it's just the clock's running out for those.
now the ones we show, okay, all right. So these things, even fall of 217, so that's those, all these are properties that have already been sold.
Yes, the fall of 2017 were sold in the fall of 2015.
When a property's sold and there's surplus,
Yes, sir.
how often, is the claimant right there to get it? I mean, what percentage of time?
To the best of my knowledge, I have not run into that situation.
So these are things that have been forgotten
Yes.
by everybody.
Well, as I say, you're dealing with the grandchildren and great-grandchildren who live in
So
Philadelphia.
this is not somebody who just couldn't pay his taxes
No, sir.
and lost his house and
No, sir.
and gets whatever residue he has.
No, sir. We have yet to sell even an occupiable
Okay, all right.
building. Most of them are
Okay.
ones that are falling down or have fallen down.
Okay.
some cases you can't even determine who the owners are because
Yeah,
it's an estate that passed to an estate that passed to an estate that passed to an estate, and now you're in Mississippi looking for somebody. And you don't even know what their name is.
Yeah, well, we've got a.
I mean,
And somebody's playing a banjo.
I have a case like that, literally.
We've got a case coming on right now that I think involves 100 people. And, so, yes.
All right, I think I now understand what this is telling me.
I'll be glad to say if you have any more questions.
Does
but,
anybody else have any further questions?
Thank you for the
Thank you.
You
opportunity.
did have better news.
Yes, much better numbers. And I could understand them as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item is the comprehensive annual financial report.
Good afternoon.
What are these stacks?
Well, we got bad news and we got good news, so we'll see where we fall on the continuum.
Give us the bad news first.
Hopefully it's good news. With me, and stand up here, Matt. I have Matt Hewell. Matt is a senior associate in the Harrisonburg office. He is here day to day running the audit. I'm just gonna, I know want to be respectful of your time. We're here to answer any questions you have. We're gonna hit a few highlights, but obviously we're here to answer questions you have. I'll take a part, Matt will take a part. Feel free to stop us anywhere you like. First of all, we want to thank you for the opportunity again. Sincerely appreciate the opportunity to be of service to the county. And we sincerely appreciate the staff of the county who work very diligently to prepare and put up with multiple questions and responses. And you guys really have a strong staff both here and at the school system, and they should be commended for that. We currently are in draft form, pending resolution of a few other matters. So what you are reviewing is draft financial statements and draft reports that will be finalized at some point in the future. The CAFR, obviously, every year I tell you guys this, it's a big, long document that I usually don't talk about because, but it's great reading if you want to go to bed at night, you know. So we are proposing that we will express an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, just like in prior years. Matt will talk about some of the internal controls. I know what you guys usually like to talk about is the financial analysis report with charts and colors and graphs, and I can understand it usually a little better. If you guys will just flip to that, I'll just kind of flip through. Flip over to, and I'm just going to kind of go through the charts here. Feel free to stop me at any point. The level of net position on page 4, you'll notice that there was the county in red stayed about the same. The school system, however, went from a net position of about, let's call it $38 million to a negative net position. Looks like it's really bad, right? And with that, what has happened in the current year, I think we discussed it in the prior year presentations, is the implementation of GASB 68. GASB 68, you know, for many years, public companies, private companies, if they had outstanding pension liabilities, you hear the Fords and the General Motors, et cetera, these pension liabilities that are just collapsing their balance sheets, they have had to record those liabilities for years. Local governments have not. And so in 2015, local governments caught up with private companies, and so now we are recording those pension liabilities. And there's lots of information. The pension disclosures probably added 35 pages to your CAFR. Good luck reading that. There was a delay also this year. The state, in reacting to 68, all the information comes from Virginia Retirement System. Let's just say they were not as timely as we would have liked. So essentially even governments that we should have been done in August and September, we were waiting on information of VRS. So it's been quite a fun government season for us this year.
Why didn't the county take a drop then?
Well, so let's go, if you want to get into the specifics of that, we can. Here's the reality of it though, and this is the basics. So the state, it's the liability on the school system side is the state pension plan, okay? It's the teacher pool. For you guys, you have your own individual plan, your own individual assets, and you know your own liabilities that's aggregated to just your employers. And you are required to pay what the Virginia Retirement System and their Board of Trustees tells you that you have to pay. Well, since the state of Virginia contributes to the state teacher plan, and the teachers in the state of Virginia are part of a big, what they call a cost-sharing pool, okay? And since the state of Virginia pays a portion of VRS for teachers, with contributions to the localities, guess what they do when they need to plug a budget gap? They decide not to fund all their pension liabilities.
And so it shows up on our books, and we've been paying what we're supposed to pay.
Roger. Now, you've got the benefit of paying less amounts in years that has happened, but the state-funded pension plan, your pension plan funding ratio is, man, can you point me to that? Yeah, if you do have the CAFR in front of you, page 96, your net position as a percentage of total pension liability is 89%. So you funded 89% of your liabilities. Your total liability is $30.7 million. Your planned fiduciary net position, which is the investments that you have, is $27 million, resulting in a net pension liability of 3.4, which is actually on the higher scale of even some other localities that we have seen. Also, there's another column there called school board non-professional employees. That will be your cafeteria workers, et cetera, that are not part of the teacher pool. The teacher pool funding position, though, is approximately 60%. And that has been caused by many years of the state.
Wasn't there a lot of arguments as to whether this liability was supposed to be carried by the state or the localities?
Oh, yeah.
We lost.
Oh, you lost. Oh, there's been lots of debate about that, because at the end of the day, they have continually funded this. It's been a matter of policy, but they will tell you, and what their argument was, they are not contractually required to do that, so it's not our liability. Formally, we have just been good people and given you money to help pay for this, since probably the beginning of the teacher cost-sharing pool. Don't know that that's completely.
But they tell us what we have to pay.
Yes.
And they tell us what the benefits are supposed to be.
Yeah, and so I can remember a couple years ago, they put a they killed fourth quarter. It was a bad budget year, and I think they killed fourth quarter contributions for the teacher pool, if I'm not mistaken, and my memory's probably a little fuzzy on that. But either way, the result to that is that pension liability going on to the school board resulted in a pension liability on Exhibit 1 for the school board
That's okay. I mean,
of
I gotta remember the number.
$40.3 million. 40.3, that's your unfunded liability. Now, the good news is you don't have to come up with the money for that overnight, so that's solid news too. So, and you all are somewhat, you're not unique in the way you treat it. Some school systems actually had a decrease in net position, but they stayed in positive territory because debt, if you have debt on school buildings, that sits on the county's books, just the way Virginia works with school boards, because you have to authorize and issue the debt. Some localities actually just send the money to the school board, they show the debt, but they show no assets. Orange County's policy is, so that there's some parity between the two, is that any assets, any debt that is outstanding on school buildings, we're gonna hold the asset related to that. And as that debt is paid down, we transfer it over to the schools. So as a result, there wasn't a whole lot of building assets there. So if
we transferred the whole school immediately upon its completion, then they would look a lot better.
And you'd look a lot worse. Right. So, right. So that is the reason for the drive in that position. At the end of the day, this year, you don't owe any more money than what you owed last year. We're just now recording it on the financial statements. And for that purpose, I mean, it does provide hopefully some clarity to the financial statements and the readers. I mean, these are big liabilities that have to be addressed. So that kind of addresses House 68. Your change in that position on page 5 actually stayed pretty steady for the county. Again, since you were mostly funded, did not have a major issue. This is the county for governmental activities and business type of activities, does not include the school board. So again, stayed pretty steady there. Your level of budgetary fund balance, you have, I think this is a very positive trend. You guys have stayed very stable. Your governmental fund budgetary unassigned fund balance as a percentage of annual revenues has kind of stayed in about the 34% range, very strong. Your months of expenditures and governmental fund, unassigned fund balance, you're at about 4.45 months. People often ask me, what should it be? And the answer is, it really depends, as all answers are. But for a county with a very diverse geography, a very large landmass county with kind of a diversified economic base, that is about right. And you guys, I believe, do have a policy on fund balance.
Yes, we do.
Correct, and you're in compliance with that policy. So you've done the right thing in determining what you should have. Moving on, assets to liabilities, not gonna hold a whole lot of point here. This is just kind of some ratios. Quick ratios, this is just how much cash you have to compare to your current obligations. Governmental activities, you're in great ratios there. A good ratio is 1-to-1, and you exceed both those in governmental activities and your business type activities. On page 9, your capital asset condition. The only thing I really tell you to pay attention to here is, as things decrease, it's usually an indication that you're going to have to spend some money on capital projects over time. I think you guys might have heard that just a little bit earlier, just a little bit. So as those things, as you can see, so for example, at the county, in governmental activities, the purple, that's your school buildings. You've not really built a school here in a few years. That has decreased over time, but that's still a very high percentage. So they're relatively new, the ones that said at the county. However, the building improvements in blue, as you can see, was almost at 80% in 2012, and that has continually declined downward. So as that goes down, it's just simply an indication you're probably going to have to invest some money in capital projects. And landfill development costs in red on the right, you did the big cell expansion a few years ago. As that sale, the way we are accounting for depreciation on that, rather than doing it over a expected life, we're actually doing that based on percentage of capacity used. So this literally is how much capacity you have used in the landfill and how much is remaining in that sale, rather than doing it just over a period of time, because garbage is oftentimes dependent on economic conditions, etc. Capital asset condition of school board, that stays, since you guys do that with the debt, that stays relatively flat. I'm gonna switch over there. Your debt service load, a couple ratios there. Your percentage of debt service and to non-debt service expenditures, you've actually trended downward there. You're at 16.5% compared to 83.5. You're very much in range of economic health there, in my perspective, from localities that we audit.
What is a good range for economic health?
I think most of your bond rating agencies would tell you, once you get over 20, if you start to get at 25% of expenditures, you're getting a little debt heavy. But it also can depend on a number of factors, what it is that you're funding. If it's buildings, et cetera, that you're going to have a long-term bond on, the debt service expenditure that you're going to have on that as a relative, you're going to pay that out. Generally, your bonds are going to run to, what do you guys do, Brian? 20-year, 30-year bonds?
20, 30 years, depending on how long money.
Right. So the impact generally has minimal impact on that percentage. But from my perspective, no concern there. Obviously, Davenport is the expert you hire in that regard. Your debt service as a percentage of property tax revenue, that has decreased. So that's also a good sign. But with capital projects, again, those things are expected to increase. On page 12, this is your bonded debt per capita. So for every resident that you have, this is the amount of outstanding debt that you have for that resident. Again, this is compared to some other localities, maybe a little low to what we see. It's not uncommon for me to see something in the $1,700 to $1,900 range in terms of average debt per capita. Again, it's very dependent on the locality and what kind of growth they are having. But if you issue new debt for buildings, obviously that amount will go up. Sales tax growth, what is the state of our local economy? You had an increase of $372,000 this year, which is a great increase. We know part of that relates to the issue related to the town allocation, the town allocations that was adjusted last year and addressed. So that's driving part of that increase. However, I would say also just general economic health, and Phyllis is still here. Sales tax collections have increased in the past year, correct? So that's a good indicator of economic health of the county. Page 14, this you'll just love, obviously. This is take the total taxable value of your assessed property, divide that by the number of residents you have. That's what the average is per person. So I don't really know. I think a lot's been talked about that this evening. So
It did go down.
yeah. So we'll see what 16 shows. So that'll be interesting information. Your business type activity, self-sufficiency by fund. We've talked about this before each year. Generally you want your business type activities, which are generally for a lot of localities, water and sewer funds, electric funds, et cetera, to pay for themselves. A good ratio is 100%. However, with you guys, you keep it, the airport is very much dependent on grants. So that is not uncommon that ratio is low. It's dependent on grants for operation because it is a rural airport, nothing of concern there. And your landfill operations, you guys have made the decision to transfer general governmental funds, tax money, over to the landfill to subsidize that operation. It's just a choice that you guys have made. I'm not saying it's a bad choice. It's just a choice that you guys have made there. Page 16, your per capita ratios. This tells you how much you have spent at the county per category. So education in blue is always your highest expenditure, and your red and public safety is always the second highest at any locality.
Is that of local revenues or is that of total?
Local revenue only.
So this is only, okay.
Yeah, and we have another chart on school system. If you want to talk about education, we'll keep trucking. Page 17, school board intergovernmental revenues. The amount in blue is your federal and state funds. The amount in red is local. You had some increase there, however, stayed relatively steady. I know these are big numbers, so relative is, but your federal and state money was more than in prior years that you received. And that's dependent, I have some localities up in Northern Virginia that the red far out exceeds the blue because of their composite index. So, but, pretty relative steady funding there. And on page 18, this is actually the expenditures per pupil, excluding debt service on buildings. So this is if you take all the expenditures at the school board, divide it by your school population, this is the numbers that you come up with. So had some increase there, but education is getting more expensive, teacher salaries, facilities, et cetera. But that's just kind of your financial status as a summary. Any questions on that? And if not, I'll turn it over to Matt to talk about the other matters.
Any questions? Thank you.
You're good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you all for having me. And again, I'd like to reiterate what Billy said about working with your staff. Your finance staff are certainly folks we enjoy working with and work very hard for us. And like Billy said, we usually do have a few questions when we come in, so we certainly appreciate that. What I'll talk about briefly is the comments on internal control and other suggestions for your consideration. When we're assessing risk in the audit, we get with management to identify key controls that affect the county's financial processes. As we're walking through and verifying some of those key controls, we may come across areas that we believe could use improvement, could be just best practice suggestions, and they are all identified here. If they are considered a material weakness or a significant deficiency, they are identified here as well. I will say that both this year and last year, the county has taken steps to address some of the things we have brought up, and we certainly appreciate that. That's not always the case at a lot of our localities, but management takes our suggestions to heart. And I think it's showing improvements in a number of areas which you can see here. And like I said, it's not only significant deficiencies or material weakness, but it's things we have seen locality to locality that we believe are true best practice suggestions. So we appreciate that. Also included in this document in the back are some upcoming accounting changes that will affect the county. Like Billy was talking about, the pension standard came out this year, which was very, very significant. It required this liability to be brought to the front of the financial statements. However, another one is coming up a couple of years down the road, other post-employment benefit obligations, which will be kind of doing the same thing, not near the financial impact as our pension obligations. However, I believe it's 2017 or 18, that liability will be coming to the front. as well. And it's really, it's a transparency issue. It's this liability is out there. We want users of the financial statements and readers to know about it.
Was
So,
that the GASB 45 that dealt with medical?
yeah, a number of years ago.
So GASB 45 basically said we're gonna do it over time. We're gonna take that liability and we're gonna put it into your balance sheet over time. Well, with the pension standard, they decided that, well, heck with doing it over time, we're just gonna all do it all at once.
Okay.
So
All right,
it's just basically gonna mimic the pension standard.
okay, all right.
And add more information to our CAFR, of course. That's one significant thing. There are some single audit changes coming down the pipe as well that will impact. The other letter in there, it's called the required communication with those charged with governance. It is a fairly boilerplate letter, however, gives some good information on significant estimates management is using, some misstatements that we have identified that management has corrected, some past adjustments, and some other important information for the board as well.
Anybody have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Billy.
All right. I guess we've done a break to go for,
Well, I don't think we're doing closed yet.
No, let me make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We have a couple items here that I think if, we have some staff members here for the concession stand services. I think, Mr. Newbury, if we just bypass your quarterly report presentation, and if the board is inclined with the concession stand services, the social services IT integration, and then certainly Lake of the Woods, if we could take care of those in the next few minutes, if the board is inclined, that way these folks could be released and not have to wait around for us to come back.
all right, so we're looking at which items here, number,
Number 5B
okay,
and 5C.
all right.
Stephanie, you want to run through the concession stand real quick? We're going to pass by your report too.
As you're aware, the Orange Youth Sports Foundation, they were using the concession stand that is currently located at Booster Park. It is in a state of severely limited use at this time. And we are seeking guidance and permission to release a request for information, a request for proposals for firms, either profit or not-for-profit, to give us proposals of how they may use that space or how they may bring something into the space. We really want to leave it open to see what the interest in the community is. And we've asked them to outline any profit-sharing abilities that may or may not exist, and how they plan to serve the community with limited food and beverage services for park events.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next item. IT.
Larry and maybe Stephanie's, just a high level, I think the board understands this integration plan that we've been doing.
Okay, so over the last few months, we've worked with the state and local departments to create an integration plan for IT for Department of Social Services. This information integration plan integrates basically all their equipment and technology needs, from computers, a phone system.
Networking cables.
So you're getting rid of the typewriters?
Yep, getting rid of typewriters.
Those are already gone.
Dealing with some cabling issues,
Should've saved those.
severe.
We have one stored. But what, just, Larry's got a couple pictures of what they'll be.
Some of what
working
we're dealing
on-
with, yeah.
on working,
As far as the networking cabling piece, and that's why it's apparently quickly obvious that it's,
This looks like where I work.
yeah,
This looks like what I work on.
Looks like behind my desk.
What, and I'll maybe jump ahead to the hour. We've identified, certainly there's been a carry forward or a fund balance the Director of Finance has, and we think there's certainly some funds in that, and there may be opportunities with Ms. Middleton to use some of the pull-down money that we're now getting. So at the end of the day, we think we have enough sufficient funds. We're not gonna go and obligate money that we wouldn't have, but by doing this, funds our ability to move forward with this. And we'll certainly keep you on a status report.
Any further questions for Larry or Stephanie on this? Or Brian?
Good luck.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot Donna Yenny is here probably for Tom's thing, but do you wanna do, or we can wait and Donna doesn't need to stick around.
What has she got to do
It's
here?
the amendment for the.
We can do it in about 60 seconds.
Okay, let's do that.
The, our current county code on our central absentee voter precinct only makes it a precinct for general elections. That was pointed out, and I was asked to correct that. In correcting it, I realized we had this verbose, redundant code section, so I just rewrote the code to make all absentee ballots at the central precinct and to take out the redundancies and cut it to one paragraph.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The last.
So this will
thing-
be set for a public hearing?
Yes, first,
Okay.
public hearing, thank you. The last thing I had is a request from Lake of the Woods Association for tax exempt status for a parcel of property. The information is there in your agenda package. A representative from Lake of the Woods Board is here this evening if you have any questions, but this would be to authorize a public hearing.
This is similar to all the rest of the stuff that the association owns. The association doesn't pay taxes on golf courses and stuff like that. All that's accrued in terms of the value of the homes. That's where it gets taxed.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? All in
Yeah,
favor,
what
say
piece
aye.
is it? What piece is it?
Huh?
What piece
It's
is it?
it's a lot.
It's a little lot.
It's a lot that
We're gonna use it
is
for
like
sediment.
this. And,
Right.
Yeah.
and I went over to
You-
look at it to possibly bid on it. You'd have to pay me to take it. You have to pay me a lot,
All right, no more
because the
discussion.
the assessment on it is
Yeah, what was the
$1,000 a year.
assessment?
Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
As we adjourn to go to Dogwood Village, Tim had some information about park maintenance and fields. He'll just put that out their place for them. Yeah, well, they can get it when they come back and things, and it's just FYI information about some data on what it takes to maintain the athletic fields. That's all. We come back here for our things at 7:30.
Thank you. Call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is the Parks and Recreation Quarterly Report, which we can get done in a little hurry here.
That was the chairman speaking.
All right, good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to come back and give this report. Most of the info from the snapshot that you have in your packet will be covered in this quick video we do in a second. We're continuing to run our established programs and trying to constantly offer new and innovative ones as well. So the snapshot we'll go over in just a second. A Barbersville Park update. We had the Central Virginia Regional Jail workforce at the park on November 12th and 13th. On Thursday, they brought 1 officer and 4 inmates and replaced 19 fence boards on the playground and got 21 bags of leaves up. They came back on Friday and bought 2 van loads, 2 officers and 7 inmates, and they got up 60 plus bags of leaves and all the limbs and branches that were down. So we plan to do some trail work up there this winter and get the grass out of the trail and add some new gravel. Booster Park update. We are in the process of offering a candidate the position of park maintenance, the park maintenance position. Hopefully we'll have them starting on January 4th and truly begin the rehab process. We are currently working to schedule the larger projects, locks, plumbing, electrical, roof, and restrooms. OISF did a final cleanup this past weekend, and the storage rooms have been cleared out of all the youth sports equipment. The mowers and the maintenance equipment are neatly arranged in the large storage room. I am awaiting their final notice. We are in the process of getting the utility accounts transferred to the county. I have sent soil samples off to Virginia Tech through Steve Hopkins to see what we are working with soil-wise. The handout you have there gives you a status of the fields as they are right now, through pictures and a little article that the Extension Office gave me about the importance and timeliness and cost of maintenance. The Easy Go utility vehicle and small tractor are ready and waiting for us to process payment and set up delivery.
The large tractor and flex wing mower are going down to the airport to be stored in a more secure place. Buzz plans to use the flex wing mower quite a bit more than we will with the runways and all that, so he's gonna get more use out of it. And it'll be locked behind gates as opposed to sitting out in the park. The two new pieces of equipment that will be stored in the large storage room with the mowers, so everything at the park will be inside. The Central Virginia workforce is ready when we need them to help us do this process, and we are gearing up to hit this thing full stride on January 4th. So, any questions on Booster before we see the little video? One side note, Mr. David asked me a few weeks ago, he was out at the airport and saw a large gathering in the parking lot, looked like what he described as the old government cheese handout type thing, a big truck, lots of people there. I found out
gone within an hour, so.
and right, when I went to check, they were gone. I went back today, they do have it reserved through OISF, it's the Blue Ridge Mobile Food Bank.
Okay.
They are set up there, they serve over 100 families the third Tuesday, and this is their 4th month. So I think they were a little nervous when I asked, but I said, no, we're all supportive any way we can. I just need a contact so we can make this thing work. So that was a pretty cool thing to know that they're doing that as well. All right, our slideshow for the month. Our second annual costume contest, sponsored by FaZe again. She provided, it was 50, 30, and 20, but we had a tie for second place, so that ended up with 25 and 25 gift certificates. 12 entries. Our largest group had 24 participants. Very high level of competition with the outfits, and it's a good thing Phil's here tonight because he's going to be in this in a second. 898 total Facebook votes. Our Facebook page likes increased from 717 on October 28th to 801 on November 2nd, and that's a 12% increase. And now it's up to 847, so people are using our Facebook page, and the word's getting out, and they're sharing the events. Here's our Lake of the Woods Association. Phil in his outfit in the middle. Orange Pharmacy, their theme was the holidays. They had different holiday characters. This is one of 2 Spice Girl entries. This is the library that had McCormick Spices. Dogwood Village, last year's champs. They were the Cat in the Hat and Thing 1 and 2. Grimes Memorial School had 3 entries. This one I really liked. This was their administration. If you can't really tell, the names of the beauty queens are Misfit, Misspelling, Mysterious, Miscommunication, and Misled. So that was a pretty neat entry. Hale Family Dentistry did the princesses. Orange County Admin and Economic Development did the Sleeping Beauty. Tommy looks more like, I can't even think what the name is. The Wizard. Yeah.
I was going to say Court Justice.
They crossed him. Yeah. And this is our superlatives. The cutest was the County Office on Youth and Tourism. They were the Spice Girls featuring Chef Jazzy Joe and Spice Space Baby. Ashley Jacobs had her baby in the picture. Our happiest superlative was Orange Family Physicians. They were the one with 24 participants, and they did OFP through the decade, so they were dressed 50s, 60s, and 70s costumes. Our 2 ties for second, Grimes Memorial lower teachers were dominoes, and you can see them leaning with their little, like the dominoes falling. And Grimes Memorial upper teachers were Monopoly pieces. And our winning team this year was the Orange County Treasurer and IT. They were first place and funniest superlative for their Alice in Wonderland costume, and we're going to go into a little more detail here. Dawn Watson as Alice, Phyllis Yancey as the Queen of Hearts, Darla Hensey as the Five of Hearts, one of the Queen's soldiers, Crystal Dixon as the Cheshire Cat, Sheila Gallahue as White Rabbit, Larry Clement and Andrew Hackney, our IT guys, as Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Andrew actually bought that's an inflatable ballerina outfit. And he had a little hole cut in his outfit for the fan to run. And I saw him coming back from Wise Guys with his lunch, and he was walking up the street just as proud as he could be. It was so funny. And Heather Joyce as the Mad Hatter. That was one of the best costumes. Our Mommy and Me art classes held at Barbersville Park. We had 9 participants, ages 1 to 4, and they did sensory things. And one of 2 programs we offered at Barbersville. That's an example of the different things they made. Our walking stick wood carving. We had 10 participants. 8 was the class limit. She said she'd take 10, had 2 more sets of equipment. She brings all the tools. They carved these wooden walking sticks. Actually, this is our former sheriff, Bill Faulkner. He made that one, and he made the hound dog that's in the picture there. Our Kings Dominion ticket sales, overview of the year, we were up in all categories. We were down in Parks and Rec one by about 98, but that's a family reunion that gets 70 to 80 tickets every other year. So we missed out on them this year, but if you look at all the other numbers, they were up quite a bit. The Fall Fun Day is up from 173 to 194, and we missed the first 2 weekends of October with rain. So folks are really enjoying the ticket sales. And our movie tickets at the bottom, you can see in the 11 months. Last year we sold 215 in the month of December just for Christmas stocking stuffers. So we didn't include that in our totals. But in the 11 months of 2014, we sold 386, and this year in the 11 months we sold 552. So folks were coming to us for their recreational opportunities. And this was the VRPS magazine that went out to all recreation professionals across the state. And if you look, I opened up, and right there on the table of contents page was good old me, Cowboy Tim, riding his horse in the Liberty Ride, and a nice article about it that went out, and it's folks all over the state have commented on what a cool idea it was, and we look forward to continuing to bring the Liberty Ride. And lastly, our hot program right now is our License to Lab program. It's kind of hard to sell ski passes when it's 70 degrees outside, but folks are still buying them, and it's a popular thing. They buy them the first year and get the lessons and everything and come back the next year. And Mr. Goodwin has actually participated in this program as well. And that's it for the slides. I'd like to say one thing. Friday, the 11th, was my 4-year anniversary here. And we are very proud of where we were when we started and where we are now. And we look forward to the future and continuing to build. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
Just one other thing while Tim's going, you had some pictures of Booster and the turf.
Yep, I think I mentioned that. So.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
All right.
Sorry, Tim.
Okay. Next item on the agenda, we will go to the public hearing. On the amendment to the Orange County Code of Ordinances. Who wants to present on that?
Well,
Yeah.
this is just an ordinance to renew.
This is the ordinance on the designation of
Roads.
Lake of the Woods roads as highways.
It's just to remove the sunset provision that.
Remove the sunset provision. Any questions for Tom?
Lake of the Woods Board has passed a resolution in support of this, removing the sunset.
And I spoke with the Commonwealth's attorney today, and in fact, I went to walk over to her office, and she was out on the sidewalk with her dogs, so we had a meeting on the sidewalk. But she is in support of it and saw no problems with it.
Okay.
The Commonwealth's attorney is.
Good. That was the only question we had
Yeah,
before.
she was in support of removing the
Okay.
sunset.
All right. Any other questions for anybody here? Okay, well, let's open the public hearing. Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we have 3 speakers.
Okay.
First is Phil Rodenberg, General Manager, Lake of the Woods Association.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, just very briefly, wanted to thank you for your time on this public hearing and say this is a very effective program at Lake of the Woods. It is curbing speeding, and just the knowledge that a summons would land somebody in court in Orange has had an effect. So as you've heard, it's supported by Commonwealth's attorney and supported by the sheriff. Wanted to just give you a few brief numbers. We'll call it LOA by the numbers. First, we have 10 scope officers, special conservators of the peace. Right now, 8 of them are out on the roads, and 2 of them are waiting circuit court approval. All scope officers have to be supported by the sheriff, approved by the sheriff, and sworn in by the circuit court for a designated area, and our designated area is Lake of the Woods. We have 41 miles of roadways, and they patrol 24/7. Since the beginning of the program in July 2015, our scope officers have effected 11 traffic stops and issued 17 uniform traffic citations, 5 of which were for excessive speeding, and the rest were for what we call disregard for public safety. And the relationship is when a scope officer stops someone for speeding and then sees an open container or sees that they have they're driving on a suspended license, they're in a sense required to go ahead and summons for that. So we're becoming less of a haven for somebody that has a suspended license or believes they can get away with those kinds of things. Just a few other statistics. You know, to put the 17 summonses in perspective, our security force gives out about 1,500 summonses a year. So that this is a small part of what we do, but it's very effective. Another number I'd want you to know is $50. $50 is the maximum a community association can charge someone for a violation of a rule. And so that's the effect of what we could do, and that's why we're so supportive of this program, and we're willing to forego the $50 to have the safe roads conditions. And one thing we always like to clarify, this is highways for traffic enforcement purposes, and we remain private roads. And so in a one-year time period, we believe that our security force will issue 20 reckless driving summonses and about 15 summonses for disregard of public safety. But just as I said, just having this program in place is making a difference, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Kakers.
Koukouris.
Kakouris, resident of Lake of the Woods.
Greetings. I've been a resident at the lake for about 15 years, and speeding is kind of a pet peeve of mine. I'm sure well, Lee lives there, but I'm sure you've all been there and seen that our roads are narrow, somewhat up and down. And to my dismay, even though I was a committee chair for safety and security chair for almost 5 years, and we constantly told people, please walk facing traffic. And I still see people, children, yes, I understand, but I still see a lot of adults walking with their backs to traffic. And then we got the baby carts and people with dogs, and it's just amazing we haven't had people killed. So I'm very much in favor of this particular resolution. And to go back to something that Phil just said, there was an occasion years ago when we had a reckless driver, a young teenager. He came, he realized he had to pay, he was found guilty. And as he left somewhat dejectedly, his father approached him around the back, put his arm around him and said, don't worry, son, it's only $50 and you'll not get any points. So it has, not just Lake of the Woods, I'm sure there are other associations, but we really, the way it has been in the past, it really is a safe haven for speeders and reckless drivers. $50, no points, and your insurance company doesn't know about it. Thank you.
Next speaker is John Bell, 423 Wilderness Drive.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the chair of the Safety and Security Committee of the Lake of the Woods Association. We're volunteers. And I should add, I'm also a civil engineer. I'm registered in California. I have a background in highway safety, worked for the U.S. Forest Service for 40 years, and the last 10 of which I was, among other things, the agency's National Highway Safety Program Coordinator. And I wanted to tell you, I know we've talked about speeding, but I want to let you know this affects highway safety in a lot of other areas, the fact you made the designation. So I always view a highway safety program by the 4 E's, which would be law enforcement. You just talked about it keeps it's a deterrent, it's an education tool, and the ultimate end, it takes drivers off the road that shouldn't be there. Engineering should be obvious, design, facilities, if it's proper, and I'm an engineer, so you don't want me to talk all night. But education is very important. Steve talked about our efforts to educate people and to behave properly, and the last one's emergency response. And okay, so just briefly on Lake of the Woods, the best of those 4 E's right now is emergency response, and I think the chairs probably advised the rest of you about how good a job they do, and I just concur. The education, we work very hard through the lake currents, our Channel 18, to try and inform our members of the hazards that are out there. Engineering, Steve mentioned some of them where our roads are awful. I mean, without spending a great deal of money, it's not gonna get fixed anytime soon. We have, Steve mentioned, pedestrians. Well, why are they on the road? Well, there's no shoulders. The lightest road, Lake of the Woods, is Parkway is 20 feet wide. And a lot of the other roads are 18-foot tar and chip. The alignments are poor. That's engineering talk for crooked and up and all over, but they're bad. We have no street lights. We have, I think the right-of-way goes 10 foot outside the edge of the pavement, and often the vegetation that grows on the property is blocking sight distance as you're going around curves. It's wall-to-wall driveways, 4,100 lots, I believe. The only area, and so, yeah, wherever you go, your driveways, it's a residential area. Standard state of Virginia law for any residential area in Virginia is 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. We have posted, but we don't even need to, and it's very applicable and very necessary, more than necessary in our place. So, and then of course law enforcement. So Phil gave a report on how we're doing. We came to you about speeding, and it's working out well. The summons have been supported by the circuit court, everything else. But I want to tell you, we had 3 surprises. One of them, we also mentioned that we didn't think about some of these other violations. But yes, we've had people, they've lost their license because of traffic stops. Now, they don't just drive in Lake of the Woods. They shouldn't have been driving there. They shouldn't have been driving outside Lake of the Woods, but they were. And so again, this has helped add to that deterrent factor and education factor. And they certainly got more than a hand slap, or $50 hand slap. They've got points, they've got big fines, and again, license suspensions. The second surprise is, again, we said we didn't ask for the sheriff to patrol our roads, but under that designation, the sheriff and the state police can enforce the traffic laws in the lake. I think there's been one instance where somebody really blew through a stop sign flagrantly in front of a sheriff's deputy, and it was stopped and issued a summons, and it was a lot more than a $50 hand slap. And we're thankful that they can do it if they see it now. But I think the biggest surprise for me in my highway safety background has been something we never thought about. But Lake of the Woods never kept accident records, ever. And we got Allied Barton as our security staff 3 years ago, and they have a system called D3, which does make permanent reports. And I've got a safety background. I tried to read the D3 reports and get something out of it, but they're just a general incident report. They're not designed to give you traffic safety information. So I can tell you the most common crash in Lake of the Woods is a single vehicle runs off the road and hits something. Couldn't tell you whether it was because of road conditions like ice or snow, or was it because they were inebriated? Was it because, it's just you really can't come to conclusions from this batch of reports. But the big surprise was Chief Walker told me, John, under this designation, we have to fill out standard Commonwealth of Virginia highway accident reports, crash reports. And he showed me those. And they meet all the national standards from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They're coded, they're developed by highway safety professionals. You code things in properly. And you can search them. I believe they're publicly available to anybody. Chief could correct me on this, he's here, but I think if you know how to do it, you can get them off a state website. The data is uploaded, clear to the federal government, and then it's used for all professionals at all levels, educators, or dealing with education, emergency responders. You can see what our programs are. And frankly, it's used to pass out money. And so if you got crashes going on in Orange County, the fact that there were some that were getting missed and are now in the system might actually help at some point. I assume our highway safety program asks for grants and things. So that was a great surprise for me, and I'm really looking forward to be able to get into these reports now in the future. So in conclusion, I just really want to thank you for what you did, and I assume you're going to continue to make it permanent, and thank you for that. And lastly, just say we just want to continue to work with the county and everyone else in a cooperative manner, like fire and rescue works cooperatively towards highway safety. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, sir.
I'll close the public hearing. All right. Anybody have any questions?
So moved.
Comments? I have a motion,
Second.
and I have a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Next item is public comment period. Have anybody signed up for public comment?
No, sir.
All right. We'll get back to our regular agenda. We never got as far as the consent agenda, did we?
No.
Can I get a motion on that?
So moved.
I'll second it, but I have one comment before we vote.
Okay, go ahead.
For the youth council bylaws, I'll support what they want to do, but I have an issue with them dropping the public speaking to once a year as a group of kids that have taken positions where later in life public speaking is going to be a responsibility. Practice now is a good thing, and I think they should still come and speak.
So you
twice a
want to
year.
pull that from the agenda, the consent agenda, and deal with that differently? Or do you just want to tell them they need to come back with a,
You could approve it subject to that revision.
Okay.
And if, that's my pet peeve,
all right?
because I think they should practice public speaking. If
Very good
they're
point.
taking the initiative to
Okay.
be in charge,
You
you
want to
need
make,
to learn how to speak in front of the public.
you want to move to delete that change, to make that change in in their bylaws?
That's fine with me.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second that.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to amend the youth council bylaws to delete the once a year and continue with twice a year? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any further comment on the agenda? Can I get, I'd have a motion to approve and seconded. All in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Next item is the approval of the constitutional officer agreements for treasurer and commissioner of revenue.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we have memorandums of understanding with all of our constitutional officers that they agree. Basically, the key component is that they will follow county personnel policy. All of the constitutional officer contracts, MOUs, are scheduled to go to December 31st, 2017, with two exceptions, because we have a new treasurer taking office in January. She obviously has not signed one, but I've already talked to her and she's fine with signing one. And for some reason, the commissioners expires at the end of this year. I guess somehow we got our dates mixed up. And so all this is authorizing the county administrator to execute agreements with the commissioner and treasurer so that all the constitutional officers will be on the same MOU with the same expiration date.
Okay.
Just copies I have say it be executed by the chairman.
Chairman, yes.
Testify.
Or chairman, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. County Administrator's Report.
Yes, sir. Several items and there's two other late items, and I'll move these through these. I came to you at your meeting on December 1st with regard to budget guidance for this next budget cycle. As you all know, and you heard from our real estate assessors, there's a lot of moving pieces and parts to this. The Finance Committee met before the last meeting and was understanding the revenue side of it, as well as where our fund balance stood. I have met, and the Director of Finance met with our counterparts at the schools last week, 2 weeks ago, last week I guess it was. We're scheduled again to meet on Monday. We're starting to get our arms around where the schools are, and we're certainly sharing with them what we know on the county side. I think at last night's work session, the school board received a report from our insurance consultants, and that will be coming, and so we're starting to layer that element into all this. My recommendation at this point is just defer this matter to January 12th. We've scheduled another finance committee meeting. I think Ms. Bradley's hearing this for the first time on January 5th at 2:30. And I'm pleased to report we're starting to get some manage expectations, maybe some favorable news on our land use numbers. But we still have got to work through that, and we should actually be in a pretty good position, I think, by the 5th to have a firmer handle on our real estate values.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Brian? Okay, next item.
Next time, we did the Lake of the Woods.
Yeah,
Next
the
one.
Germanna-wilderness Area Steering Committee.
I was unable to attend the last meeting, so I would certainly, Mr. Frame, Mr. White, to fill the board in on that.
Yeah, a couple of things that came up in the meeting was, one is looking at the incentives. I think we're pretty much bought off on the incentives. We didn't formally approve them because we still wanted to look at what the local incentives who they would apply to. They had a long list, but we didn't get a chance to review it before the meeting. So we'll probably deal with that next time. The other was coming up with a little more definition of where the parkway would go. Josh gave us some guidance based upon his looking at the topography, but we probably need somebody, we need to bring our consulting engineer in to look at that, and at least, if not the entire length of the parkway, that area that is behind Goodwin Drive, because that seems to be the area that's probably most likely with the water and sewer for the initial development, and it would give Tommy something a little more definitive for that part to start talking to people. So, and the other was with regard to Flat Run, although that isn't anything near term, because any activity that can go develop along that route could interfere with what we would like to do eventually with Flat Run. We thought we would try to get together with VDOT and ask them to give us some help in defining what that should actually look like. And then we can decide after we talk to VDOT whether they'll give us much help on it and what we should do after that. But those were some of the initiatives that came out of the last GWAP meeting.
There's a great example of lack of right-of-way planning that you can try. If you continue on Route 3 toward Culpeper right now and look at the work they're trying to do to four-lane that the rest of the way, you have situations where the corners of houses are closest from me to the front row there from where the road is going to be and all sorts. It's just, I happened to drive it Monday, I guess it was. It's truly amazing. One other thing of interest didn't take place in the steering committee meeting, but on Monday, delegate-elect, I guess I should say, Freitas joined a group discussion about the Germanna-wilderness area plan. He was very interested in what he had heard about it, and I believe was supportive of the initiative and recognized that there's a lot of linkages that will need to be made with state agencies as we implement that plan. And so at this point, he said at least the initial indoctrination, and I believe saw the need for a collaborative effort on a number of fronts. And I thought that was a positive occurrence.
I apologize to Mr. Crozier. I left him out of the triumvirate there that are on.
I'm still in the learning stages.
Okay.
Actually, Mr. Crozier came to that meeting twice.
Yes, I did. Because I left for the fastest jail board meeting in history, I believe.
Our next meeting is scheduled for January 5th at 5 p.m. That will be the historical cultural assets. Zan Nelson is making progress, and she'll come to the meeting to share with her work this far. She spent, I think, a full day in Richmond at the Department of Historic Resources, and based on her exuberance, I think she was real pleased with what she's finding. We're also subscribing for just a 1 year, and it's a nominal amount of money, an ability for her and for Josh and anyone here in the county to access their historic records online without having to physically go to Richmond. So we saw that as a good expenditure of dollars for her time, and certainly what we can do for the rest of the year.
I did have one other comment. We in the steering committee meeting, there happened to be a couple of days before an article in the paper that referred to a meeting of the various economic directors from our counties to the east, Spotsy, Stafford, King George, City of Fredericksburg, and I think Caroline. But it prompted a discussion about that they were in Region 16, some type of a relationship with the Region 16 folks because of the location of the GWAP area. And so at some appropriate time, we potentially could have a discussion with this board about linking with that organization as well.
Fredericksburg Regional Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the Central Virginia Partnership that's in out of based in Region 9, out of Charlottesville primarily. We have this odd situation of being tugged in two different directions, and so it was just a preliminary discussion about the merits of exploring that. But I wanted to mention it because it's potentially something that we would talk about at some other time.
Well, if there's some interest, when I was in King George, I was part of that, and they've gone through a leadership change now. But I would agree that the eastern part of the county is certainly aligned that way more so than towards Charlottesville. And that organization, like the Charlottesville organization, Helen Cawthon market the county, and I think the return there is probably pretty good for what we would have to pay versus our exposure. If the board, I mean, we can bring it back. I maybe even arrange for them to come and make a presentation to you all if you think so. But,
well,
I would think there would be other counties that take part in two different ones. A lot of counties are
like we are.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly Route 3 is Fredericksburg, not Charlottesville, in terms of the.
I'm most familiar recently with Bedford County. The eastern part of the county is very much aligned. Lynchburg, the western, is absolutely aligned with Roanoke, and they participate in both regional economic development.
One of the counties I was thinking of.
Pardon?
I said that was one of the counties I was thinking of.
If you like, I mean, it sounds like there's some interest. Let me arrange for them to come and make a brief presentation at an appropriate meeting about what they do and how they're structured. Okay, good. And that's all for the GWAP, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Okay.
Proposed Louisa Orange Broadband Collaborative. You all have received this under separate cover and have known, I guess, for a while, based on my communication about this. We've been, I guess, Dr. Tanner and I have been working through what the high-speed broadband needs are for the schools. As you all know, and I think Mr. White and others in the last election cycle heard from the voters, is that last mile broadband service in underserved areas is really a priority. And I'd like to bring forward at this meeting proposed broadband collaborative. And in this explanation that you see, I was able to convene a meeting of Louisa County, Christian Goodwin, and their broadband authority, as well as county schools, Dr. Pettit and her IT director, Dr. Tanner, Darrell Hatfield, our director of technology for the schools, Kent Farmer, the president and CEO of Rappahannock Electric Co-op, could not make the meeting, but he, at the last minute, sent a representative. Then Tad Daraso with Mid-Atlantic Broadband and his assistant vice president, David Keller, and then David Hudgens with Old Dominion Electric Co-op. Let me explain that relationship. And let me first say, I have served on the Mid-Atlantic Broadband Community Corporation's Board of Directors since 2008. It's a 501c4 nonprofit organization. I receive some mileage and a meeting stipend for my attendance, and I've talked to the county attorney, and there's no I think you all are aware and certainly have supported my work on this, so I'm completely facilitating this. This is not any person, and I have no legal or anything kind of conflict of interest for this work and kind of working through that. With that said, Old Dominion Electric Co-op was one of the original funders of Mid-Atlantic Broadband. They're a carrier class, carrier grade fiber optic network in Southern Virginia. I won't go through the details of it, but you certainly can go to their website. David Hudgens serves on their board of directors as well. They are the power generator for all the electric co-ops in the state. What this meeting was essentially convened was to see all of these organizations have some desire for fiber optics as a backbone, as the foundation for their high-speed internet needs. And so what we wanted to do was to have them realize that there is an alignment of these needs for broadband, and that fiber optic was the backbone. But it was also to share a project that is going forward at no cost to any jurisdiction, any of these organizations. If you could bring up that map for me, please. NBC is one of their larger customers is a company called Zayo Corporation, and Zayo is a big transcontinental fiber carrier. Mid-Atlantic is working with Zayo to get up to Ashburn, which is the major internet peering point in the world. I think like 80% of the world's internet traffic every day goes through Ashburn. And what originally started out as a project that would take Mid-Atlantic up 95 for Zayo became a bit of a westward swing. And let me explain why Mid-Atlantic is an open access system. They own the fiber and the physical plant, but any private provider or any nonprofit provider for that matter can use their system. It's not like a Comcast system or a Verizon fiber where they wouldn't sell their use of this. Mid-Atlantic is a wholesaler. Anybody that wants to use their fiber network to then connect to end customers, they can do so. And so what Mid-Atlantic saw an opportunity to come up 33 and 522 because they have access at the big data center in Culpeper. And one thing led to another, and what you have in this map represents a project that is going forward. It will start a year from now and take, I think, 12 to 18 months to complete. Mid-Atlantic has the ability, because it was established by the Virginia Tobacco Commission and the General Assembly, the state of Virginia, started the ability to go anywhere VDOT has right-of-way. And so there's a huge competitive advantage that they do that. In return for doing that, Mid-Atlantic gives VDOT two strands of dark fiber. So if you go to their website and see Mid-Atlantic's network, anywhere in the state of Virginia where you see the network, VDOT has dark fiber, which is a pretty valuable asset. It also gives Mid-Atlantic quite a bit of competitive pricing advantage for the capitalization of this because they don't have to pay for the right-of-way. This project is coming up 522 right through Unionville, not far from Mr. White's home. I don't know if we can get a connection. Think of this as an interstate highway, and the only way you get on that is through what are called access points. Those are the exits, the on and off ramps. End users don't connect into this highway, so to speak. What has been agreed to by this group of organizations is that we all absolutely see fiber optic as the foundation. We all are working towards meeting some type of broadband needs, and that there is a great deal of interest in us working together to see how we might leverage all of our needs to be able to look at expanding this into our jurisdictions. And so what we're doing last night.
Brian, let me
Sir.
just
Yes, sir.
interrupt you and ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I mean, what is the distance off of that? Could that serve like the whole county?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
In other words,
It's
the
a big
capacity.
pipe, a really big pipe.
It's a big pipe, but the whole idea is figuring out where we put the taps as they install it.
Right. Just think of it. It's at the speed of light, and wherever it goes, data traffic.
But what I'm hearing you saying is we could put 4 taps along 522, and off of those 4 taps, we could serve the whole county.
Yes, sir.
Well, you'd
Or
have
some
to,
number, might not be
Or s-
4, but whatever.
but you'd
right.
have-
Well, it might be 40, but yeah.
Right.
you'd have to
Except
run
dividends.
fiber optic from that.
Right, just think of it as a water line. This is a transmission line that's coming through, and what we wanna do is,
But we wouldn't have to run fiber to everything, it could be wireless.
Well, and that's part of the plan, is you need to run fiber to the towers that we might use for our communications. And also,
Right.
fiber for some commercial broadband.
right,
But,
to
I mean,
those
if we put taps in and we put towers where we put taps, then we can pretty much hit the whole county. I mean, theoretically. is what I'm talking
theoretically
about.
under the wireless, but then
Yeah.
this also could serve schools. It could also serve, industrial parks, it's just getting this basic trunk in
Yeah,
there.
I think the design you would end up with, or want to end up with, is we have some customers that are served with fiber.
Directly.
Large customers, schools,
Mhm.
maybe even the county for that matter. But then the other areas, as you suggest, certain customers would be served wirelessly with that last mile or whatever. Ideally, from a tower that had fiber to the tower. So it's either fiber directly to the end user and/or to a tower.
And this gets into, you can see kind of the overlapping now with the radio system and the towers and things, and that this now is starting to come together as I've communicated to you all, that there's a real opportunity, I think, here to leverage the public safety communication system the schools need, and then to be able to potentially solve this last mile problem that you've heard so much about from your constituents. Where
Is
we
there
are.
a possibility to, are we limited, are they only gonna do it on that alignment, or would they be able to do, for instance, go up Route 20 in both directions?
Absolutely.
That's, if you look at that map, and you go from Louisa to Gordonsville.
Down there in the corner, and instead of going, you go to the west there, towards Gordonsville.
Up
and then-
33.
Up 33,
And then back over
15 to
15
Orange,
to Orange,
and then 20
and then
back to
20
Franklin.
back to the thing. What that does is that gives you a loop in which you build redundancy. If something,
Yeah, but is that something that Mid-Atlantic would do, or is that something the county would have to do?
well,
Mid-Atlantic would do that, that would be their fiber, but we may be able to help capitalize that. They've
But,
gotta
but,
do,
right, but we would, I'm thinking about the right of way, because
they'll,
we'd be able to take advantage of the fact that they can get the right, that they've already got the right, okay.
We-
That's what I'm
yeah.
trying to
and
figure
then
out.
you do the same thing, continuing 20 down past the schools on 20. Pick up 3 and then head back up to that point up there in
Yeah,
Culpeper.
I guess one way to think about this, Mr. Johnson, is that with the schools, with 2 school systems, 2 general governments, and an electric co-op, we would help pay for the capital costs of getting it. We would own some amount of the strands in there, Mid-Atlantic, and we would have, long-term irrevocable, like what they're called IRU agreements with Mid-Atlantic. And then the private sector would provide the service to the government, whether it be Comcast or a small internet startup here or something in between. It really gets the county into kind of controlling its destiny by having this fiber in the ground for the future. And so the purpose of this paper was to present to everybody, and certainly in a public way, what these organizations are agreeing at a staff level to talk to. We'd like to continue, certainly with you all's sense, and I get this sense of support here for us to continue this conversation, certainly supporting my role in maybe facilitating this along. The other part is that we absolutely clearly recognize we're not committing any of these bodies to any course of action. What we're trying to do is we've got a lot of questions and not a whole lot of answers at this point. The most pressing thing, though, that we will have to deal with in probably the next 45, 60 days is to have NBC work with the technical folks from these organizations to find out where do we want to put these access points, what are the strategic locations along this point. I'm throwing out a number, each one of these access points is probably about $10,000. That keeps you from having to roll a truck that costs $5,000 an hour to cut the fiber to put in the access point versus $10,000 now to design it in. Then we can kind of work through, the business model, working with NBC and so forth.
So part of that would be knowing where you wanna put your, towers.
Or
Because,
where your big customers would be.
yeah, or your big customers.
Right, well, the access points won't be necessarily hard because we just put those in now.
Understand, I'm just saying that at some point, you'd say, okay, I'm gonna have a tower, this is a half a mile from the 522, that's where I would want a connection point.
Well, and there's ways of, at these main points, being able to run ladders, like service roads almost, if you wanna think about it that way.
Yeah.
Since Rappahannock Electric Co-op is part of this, they have an ability to potentially actually use their overhead poles as ways to string it overhead. Doesn't necessarily need to be underground,
Okay.
particularly with these, kind of the last mile connection. We have to go through just kind of figuring all this out from an engineering, a cost, an ownership, a contractual relationship. That's gonna take a bit of time. There may be some grants and loans out there, particularly through the federal sources that we may wanna explore. I think it's a pretty powerful story to tell. Two school systems, two governments and electric co-op are partnering together with a nonprofit whose mission is economic development to provide, a fiber, open access fiber system. I think that has a lot of appeal to people. So one, the ask here is today is, are you okay with us, me proceeding?
Oh,
along
yeah.
those lines?
No, we're not okay with it, we demand it.
Okay. Well, and as I told the
So
school,
moved.
as I told the school board.
What are you waiting for?
Well, I wanna manage expectations. There's as you all identified, there's a lot of moving pieces and parts, and we're just now getting everybody around the table. The second part of this, I would also add, is that there's a lot of interest in the school board. One of the members of the school board last night, Mr. Hopkins, with the little jog that goes up on Route 3 near Lignum, absolutely putting an access point there, because there could be an ability to start looking at maybe another phase of this, where we would look at the eastern end of the county, particularly the Germanna-wilderness area, Lake of the Woods, the 3 schools and the library, and maybe looking at another loop that comes down 3 and then back to 20, back to 522.
I've heard there's some people out in the eastern end of the county that have really poor service.
We heard about that, didn't we?
They would probably be interested in being a part of this, my intention, my desire would be the whole county would be into it.
If we build this backbone, then we have an ability to start moving things out. Because you gotta get to the internet, you gotta get to Ashburn, and this is the only way really you can do it.
One of the challenges I think we face is, and we heard a little bit of this already this evening, is getting these various needs and initiatives that are already underway with the schools and the main backbone, getting those linked up from a timing standpoint to make it work. I described it to somebody the other day that there's, several thousand piece puzzle going on here and right now none of them are connected to anything very well. So, in addition to managing expectations, we need to manage scheduling and timing and phasing of things such that we don't do something that we have to undo or redo.
But you have so many different options for grants or funding assistance, and being able to coordinate all of those to,
The real key is, this is the interstate leg is coming up, 522 and 33. Let's make sure we at least save some exits now, so that when they build it, and then we'll sort through. The schools have a little bit of a pressing, because they have an ability for E-rate funds to actually build some of this network, and we may want to take advantage of that as well. So my goal is to have the technical folks from these organizations, the IT folks, certainly us, meet with the Mid-Atlantic as soon as we can after the first of the year to start the process of getting our arms around.
So they're looking at actually beginning to start construction the first of
Next.
2017,
Start December of 16.
December of 16.
But if we design in these access points now, then we we've
And-
taken care of our opportunity.
What is our time frame on getting that to them?
I want to do that by January, by February. And then how we apportion the cost of that, whether that's something NBC may do on their own because they have this potential expansion out there into these two counties. But to get our placeholder access points.
I guess one of the early technical questions is, do we need to do more than access at 33 to run up to Gordonsville?
Oh,
And
no,
then-
I think
And
we
then
need-
again, but from the original, from the trunk line.
I think we need that trunk line, we need that access point there. The places we would want to tap in for the loops, obviously, are places we would want, the connectors. But, other places along there that might, enable serving towers, serving through REC, other ways of getting it. I mean, I would, at $10,000 a connection.
But I'm talking about just the main access to the trunk. It seems to me there are only 3 points potentially, at 33, at 20 and 522, and then again at 3.
Right, now.
And then, I mean, there are lots of points after that off of those
that you
redundant
could-
loops, but
you could.
but in terms of main accesses, it's probably just those 3.
I would think that you might wanna have some, somewhere going straight down there,
Well, one of the
Well,
options,
33, the red line leaves off of 33 down in Louisa County, so it's not in Orange County.
but if you go west of,
But that's the path that they would take, partly in Louisa and then ultimately in Orange, to get to Gordonsville.
yeah, I mean, that's part of agreement with, Louisa. They would probably like to see that strip,
The yellow line there.
that line along there, yeah, I think they would probably like to see it, so
Well,
that's
yeah.
part of the negotiations and discussions.
Sure.
right,
okay.
they would, it's a thing of how to prorate this, what the business model is. But most of everything on 33 will hit all of Louisa's needs. All their schools are on 33, the general government. And really just kind of turn it over to NBC's engineers and business folks to start building the models, the business model. There's a governance piece here that I'll go ahead and put out for you all's consideration. One of the things that maybe we want to look at is creating a broadband authority, much like Louisa has. As you all know, I was helped create the second one of those in the state 10 years ago. I think there's a lot of advantages. Not with all due respect to the Board of Supervisors, broadband authorities are tending to be a little bit more nimble, particularly with issuing debt and things that are being backed by the board. But my recommendation in doing that is that the board be the members. That you can absolutely wear 2 different hats, and I think it gives you a different way and a different ability to look at it more from a business mind, and things.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
So we may
And we're
want to
gonna be
do.
talking about this some on the 5th also.
Yes, sir. But I think we got a lot, as Mr. White said, a lot of pieces that at least we want to maybe get the frame of the puzzle at least pretty well understood now, and then how we strategically move through this. The eastern part of the county is an interesting thing. Oh, by the way, Tad Daraso, the CEO, I've invited, and he's going to come to your January 12th meeting to make a presentation, introduce himself, NBC, as well as this project, this ZAO project that's going to 522. So you get a handle of it.
Okay, good deal.
All right, well, I'll take my direction as I'm going in the right direction.
All right.
All right, good.
I feel like somebody who's been driving a Model T for a long time. Someone's just told me.
54K, huh?
Somebody's just told me about the straight 8 that Ford's coming out with. It's exciting.
All right, the next item I have, and my board report was pretty, hopefully straightforward. The fire chief and rescue chiefs, and Chief Harkness has been part of this, has developed a strategic plan. I met with them, I guess 2 weeks ago, John, was it? And John and I went through it. I think there's a lot of exciting things in there. I think there's a lot of things that they are going to have to work through themselves, and how the relationship among each other, but also I think it's something that certainly they would agree puts this into a path of providing the citizens the best service that we can. They would very much like to meet with you in a work session, an informal one, we're all sitting around the table, kind of like the GWAP steering committee, where we're sitting around, and rather do that on a meeting on a Tuesday in between meetings. And they've offered up January 19th at 7 o'clock. This would be just the 5 chiefs, the Board of Supervisors, myself, Chief Harkness, Chief Mort, and the 2 rescue chiefs as well, for them to present the strategic plan and some of their thoughts, and also to get feedback from you all. We just picked that night as kind of the first available night.
What time do you want to do that?
7 o'clock.
Is that okay with everybody?
What night was that?
7 o'clock on the 19th, which is not our regular, it's in between meetings, to go over the fire and rescue strategic plan with the fire chiefs and rescue chiefs. 7 o'clock.
Okay, good. We'll get that process going, and then we'll have an agenda and kind of walk it through, but they want to have an opportunity to present this to you in a more relaxed, informal way. Did I get everything, chiefs? Okay. So we'll go ahead and get that scheduled and make sure we get all the notices and everything. The last 2 items I have, late items, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I've passed out in front of you and made you aware of Governor McAuliffe has released his proposed state general obligation bond package that would be put to the voters next fall, November of 16. In that package, we had all thought would be Germanna Community College's academic building. Was surprised to find out that it wasn't. I communicated, traded some emails with Dr. Sam. I was actually coming to you all to get a letter under the chairman's signature to support these, to Delegate-elect Freitas and Senator Reeves to support this because of Germanna. I think from what Dr. Sam shared with me, and yesterday I think we heard, or Monday heard from Delegate-elect Freitas, there may be some movement to include this, maybe from the governor's side or from the General Assembly side. So let's find out a little bit more information, but I think at the appropriate time, if you all are all right, we'll have a letter drafted for the chairman's signature and just send that on and CC you all at the point that we know it's worth sending a letter.
I think we should do, I think we'd.
Or ask our General Assembly representatives to get this included in.
Yeah, I don't think we need to send it now. We'll give Dr. Sam, I think, didn't he want, he wanted a little break to try to work his thing before we bring in the big guns.
Yeah,
But I think as soon as he's got something, why don't you draft up something and forward it to everybody?
Okay, and then we'll just dispense with having it come back to another meeting since you all had heard about it today. Okay.
We don't have a lot of time on this.
This will need to, yes. So you'll see a letter in the inbox when we get it out the door. All right, next item is just FYI, and I want to certainly make this for part of the public record. The treasurer, as you know, is doing a turnover audit because we're changing treasurers. It's going to take 1 day, and that means the office will be closed either the last day of the year or this morning, yesterday Phyllis told me that it may take 2 days. They're not sure yet, which will require the office to close for 2 days. But in years past, the governor has declared a state holiday on the half day of the New Year's Eve. So then all I want to say is that the treasurer's office is going to be closed at some point, either at least a day, maybe 2 days, or a day and a half, we don't know. And then as soon as we can establish that, we'll send it out as press releases, news announcements, and so forth. But they can't conduct the turnover audit while open for business.
31st and 1st ought to work.
First is too late. That'll be the 30th and 31st.
Okay, all right.
Did I say the first? I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I had. Thankfully.
All right. Any new business? Any old business? Any board comment?
Yes. I attended the hour of coding at the middle school up here in town the other day. absolutely phenomenal. It was teaching the students how to actually, introduction to coding on computers. And then it also introduced the teachers to coding on the computers. So, and it was a competition, and there's a lot of interest in it in the schools. And I'll tell you, every child that I saw in there was fully engaged. You know, most of the time you'll see an occasional kid kick back and not real interested. Every last one of them were just right in the middle of it and did extremely well on it. So I was very impressed with that the other day. The regional commission is looking at changing around some of the transportation services that they have or don't have. I met with Jeannie Bish from the commission, and she's just getting information right now, but with some of the changes with mental health and various treatment centers, there's a real interest on the commission's behalf to have a transportation bus from Culpeper to Orange and back a number of times a week. So that's a positive thing that they may be expanding at some point.
I've already heard comments, people concerned about the lack of service for people since they closed the unit here. I talked to Brian Duncan, and I said I would like to know how many of the patients that he's been seeing regularly he's seeing over there in Culpeper.
Right.
Because I'd like to know how much we're losing.
And that actually was the main focus of our discussion.
Yeah.
So they're looking at it, and a very distinct possibility that they're going to be able to realign some services.
That'd be good,
to
because
provide us better services.
Brian didn't seem very hopeful on the transportation.
Right. The other thing is the jail expansion opening should be first or second week of January, the first phases of it. The kitchen facilities and everything else, which they're pretty much right on schedule with, and they've been doing a really good job. Things are moving a whole lot more smoothly, and a lot more interest in working with all the jurisdictions. The only other thing was, I think you all may have gotten the email about Columbia Gas is replacing all their cast iron piping with new style piping. So if you should get calls, people, why is the gas company out here digging stuff up and everything? It's part of their safety initiative. I'd gone to a meeting/class up in Culpeper last month that addressed gas safety, and this was one of the things that they talked about. That's all I have.
Anybody else have anything? I went to that hour of coding. God, that was fun.
It was.
I was getting a lot of help from the kids.
Yeah, they were.
The whole idea behind that is a lot of the real technical work has been done and put the coding in nice simple blocks. People just move the blocks around, and taking a little bit of this mystique away from it so that more people could feel that they could do it.
No, absolutely. Very positive thing, especially since I guess they've gone totally to Chromebooks now in the school system. It's working with that as well.
Yes, code can be interesting. You can go on web pages and actually find the code and make a copy of it, go in and rearrange stuff if you've got a web page. Yeah, it's interesting.
Very good.
Well, you know a lot more about it than I do then.
I know enough to be dangerous.
I'm not dangerous. Any questions on the informational items? Appointments.
We have several people who are interested in being reappointed. Do we need to go ahead and do that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Mr. Colby, Mr. Earnhardt, Mr. Gregg, and Ms. Lee.
Okay. Any others? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Lee, Gregg, Earnhardt, and Colby are reappointed. Okay, calendar. Scheduling a public hearing for a budget amendment for Orange County Public Schools carry forward on Tuesday, January 12th at 7.
There is, well, if you're gonna do this in block, I just draw your attention to that last item because of timing issues with the planning commission. You may wanna reconsider that.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Under the Garrett rezoning,
Okay.
Well, that's, I assume it's to postpone that until a later date. Yeah, I didn't actually read it. I figured that's what it was, till the January 26th. Yeah,
so that, you know,
I was there.
Yeah, that's how I was, thank you.
did I get that right, John?
I noticed the empty chair over there.
Yes. Understand it's very testy there as well.
All right, we're okay on the Tuesday, January 12th?
For, to put the, for the school carry forward.
Yeah.
that-
Okay, the strategic plan, 23rd and 24th, okay?
Are you sure you can be there, Jim?
I'll let you know.
There might still be snow somewhere.
You don't have to look that far ahead.
Okay,
I'm still working on January.
and the Garrett, public hearing?
That would be the 26th. We were on track for the 12th, but this would be on the 26th.
26th?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody okay with that? All right. Okay.
Oh, now we recess for dinner.
The other possibility is we can go back to that work session item,
And then we have a closed meeting.
and then go to closed meeting.
So on the CIP, I mean, I guess that's.
We had the two items.
The two items, but also how you all would like to proceed with adopting this year's CIP.
Some discussion on this, questions?
Stephanie and Glenda are here as well to answer any questions.
Jim, you were the one with some questions on this.
I'm looking for.
It's under the work session. Back to the work session.
Let's talk about the Wiley Wilson proposal for the.
Okay.
There it is, okay.
All right.
As I read this, he's basically going to see if the assumptions that were in place at the time the building was built are still valid.
Yes, sir.
That didn't tell me anything.
Well, but the likelihood of those being valid, it's highly unlikely because the space that is potentially for the juvenile domestic relations court clerk is just on the basic walkthrough is much larger space than is actually needed. And that the Commonwealth's attorney's offices are, staff members using the conference room as an office. There's some storage needs, and so what the space study would be how to best utilize that second floor. I wanted to be tactful. I didn't want to say, we really need to rethink how everything works out there from what it had been. And this gets an objective look at it. Okay, here's what everybody's current needs are in the future.
Can you characterize the deliverable you think we're gonna get from this? Cause he's doing questionnaires and interviews.
Right, of current,
And then what?
The deliverable would then be, all right, here's the amount of space they need, and then,
We're talking about the layout of the second floor
yes,
there?
sir. And that, here it is, use various users and select a preferred concept, develop an overall project budget and scope of work. Maybe building in some additional office space with temporary walls, that kind of thing, better utilizing space. But right now, we have a clerk's office that frankly is pretty large, very large.
So, but what he would be doing, he wouldn't be like,
He's not designing anything.
he's not gonna be designing anything. It's
No,
just-
this is not, it's just, how do we, right now,
I think my question would be, can't we figure that out on our own?
It's not that, I mean, it's one floor of a building.
It's not even the whole floor, it's part of a floor.
I'm,
Well, I mean, realistically, it's the whole floor. You just got part of it that's a court that you're not gonna do anything with.
Right.
But,
Well, but we are gonna do something with it, aren't we?
it's gonna open it.
Yeah,
but I mean, that space won't change.
right. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, how many different users, tell me again, how many different users are
There's,
gonna be?
court services unit up there, Commonwealth's attorney's, entire county Commonwealth's attorney's office. There is a judge's office, and a secretary's office in the back, and then
A
there's a
clerk.
courtroom. And then in the middle is this really large unused space that the clerk wants to use on a temporary basis. The general district court.
Why would it be on a temporary basis?
Because she's JD&R and general district, same clerk. And so she wants to have a cart with files on it and moving up. Well, I don't think it's the best utilization of space the way it's currently configured, because the Commonwealth's attorney could probably use a good portion of that space. But I've got courthouse dynamics going on with judges and clerks and Commonwealth's attorneys and things. And so having an architect go through the process would bring
So
in.
Wiley Wilson is a big shock absorber?
Well, it's
Sounds like it.
a third-party view.
He's a big mattress that we could all jump on and not hurt each other?
I think it would help me with Judge Somerville and I understand the money, and I don't, for what we have to do, but right now, we're going to have a space that's going to occupy maybe in a way underutilized space, and it's okay, how do we?
And not have space for the Commonwealth
The
Attorney.
Commonwealth's attorney's in tough spot right now.
Well, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. We can't address that. We can't go in and say,
If the board, we can use our own resources to figure that out, I just need
Well, the question is, what resources will we use?
Kurt and Aaron.
and a little dollar common sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. There are times when I agree experts are needed, and then there are other times where I think you just need some common sense. Go ahead and say, look, we're gonna, the Commonwealth's attorney is squashed in here, and she needs some more. We got this much square footage, and we're gonna put a wall up here and a wall up here, and y'all don't like it when we get done.
okay, if I have that direction from the board, then I'll communicate that to the judge and clerk.
Yeah, my biggest concern.
Well, I don't understand. The judge is gonna have his courtroom, and he's gonna have his office. So, I mean, I don't think he's gonna be too worried about anything else.
He's interested in making sure the clerk is, like all clerks, are well, comfortable.
Well,
So are we.
I would hope that the clerk will be.
I am absolutely hired to do
I
that.
don't see the connection between having a professional do it and having us do it. I don't know why we would make somebody uncomfortable.
No, I just wanted an expert opinion. Now, we can do this with our own resources. I'm not trying to create, this was a way that it looked like I could get it reallocated.
Shock absorber.
Yeah, because I mean, basically he's doing questionnaires, and then he's gonna interview, and then he's gonna meet with the various groups.
And then lay out a plan where the walls would be and where people.
No,
would
he's
walk.
not, he's not, that's
No,
the
I don't
point,
think
he's
so.
not doing that.
He's gonna give us probably these people need so many
Well,
square feet,
no,
these people need so many. It's gonna take an architect to figure out where the walls go.
We'll have a concept plan, is the way it is. It's not something that we would actually go out and bid out and things.
You mean he wouldn't be able to say, well, we ought to run the corridor down here, and we ought to make this office space?
I'll let you know, remember the courthouse security upgrades that we did? And there was, at one point, there was a wall that was gonna be used to put up along this clerk's office space for a hallway. That wall's not up now. And that was because of judges and other, and sheriffs and. I'm just managing, there's a lot of tenants over there. The board is the landlord, there's no question about that. The chief judge is, and the sheriff are charged with, the judge has gotta make, anyhow. This is one of those unique properties that there are three entities that kind of
You're juggling chainsaws and you don't wanna get caught.
That may be another
As
way.
long as
to
you
better-
don't do District One, you'll be okay.
But I, you know, 8,000, when I saw the
Or is
number,
that
am I
so?
comfortable with a 30,000? But I know the Commonwealth's attorney has space needs, and how we address that is gonna, it's here to roost now. We've been able to defer it for a while, but I think she needs.
7,500, I understand is not cheap, but at the same time, I mean, trying to keep all the constitutional officers and judges and everything happy. If we can do something to do that, I think that's better.
I guess I don't understand how this can make them happy.
Well,
You're probably right.
Yeah,
Not gonna make them happy, but at least it's got an
I mean, yeah, if we can make
indicator.
everybody happy for $8,000, I'm all for it. Just thinking we're gonna miss somebody along the way.
Well, how would we otherwise do it?
Kurt and Aaron in a schematic of the floor plate and start striking off lines.
Not that you have a
And I
lot of
would be
extra
involved,
time.
I would be involved in that, I guess, from a management.
Not that, I mean,
Well, if Wiley Wilson were going to present us a plan where, show us where the walls are,
even though they're not designing the walls,
yeah,
but just.
then that would be one thing. But I think what we're gonna get is a wish list.
No, that's
I
not
mean,
what
I'm reading this just again as we're sitting here, and that's what I see. I mean, we're not even gonna get deliverables other than a PDF,
Yeah, well,
which doesn't bother me. I like PDFs.
You don't need more
But it
stuff.
tells me something.
I was thinking that he was gonna say, this is where the hallway should be.
And that's
This
the
area should be, the Commonwealth Attorney, this will be the clerk's, temporary space,
that's what this concept plan is. It does that kind of schematic diagram, that's what I understand. I can go back and get Mr. Vaughn to revise this to make it clearer, and I can bring it back. Say that's exactly what we'll get.
Yeah, we just wanna know where the walls are.
yeah. And he's got a basis, and obviously, it may involve some negotiations. He needs to discuss it, because I think it does call for him to go back and discuss it with the principals.
If I shave a little bit of money off of it and get a concept in a budget, that would be
And why did we go to Wiley Wilson? Are they on retainer or something?
yes, sir. Recurring services contract. And he did the security plans for over there. He's got pretty good knowledge of that course.
Yeah, Randy does good work. I mean, I'm not picking on him necessarily. It's just that the way this thing, it
I mean, I would expect
doesn't get
to
us
come out
anything.
with at least a floor plan.
Let me defer this until the 12th. Let me come
All right.
back with something. I mean,
Okay.
we're still on a little bit of a critical path, because I want to make sure whatever we get into the budget then allows this courtroom to open July 1st, or be in a position to open up.
I don't really need to come back and discuss it. If it says, if you can get it done cheaper, that's always better. But if it says, the final deliverable is the floor plan, I'm fine.
I am too.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that.
Okay, well, it will say that.
And
Okay.
cheaper is better.
Matter of fact, I'll give you a hint. It says there are 2 site visits. One is to conduct interviews, and the second would be to present options to the user group.
Okay, so we got that,
Yeah, I'm floor plan. check.
okay, all right. Then next item was the,
But to finish that, I don't need to discuss it next week.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, we're not meeting next week.
no, I'm
I
happy to
mean-
go. I'm good to go.
You know, I don't need to wait till January.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
next item is looking at the county, Orange County Airport.
Yes, sir. I have put in here, I clicked out of that. As you know, perennially in the CIPs, there were a lot of hazard mitigation, aviation easement acquisitions. Plus, there's some T-hangers that have been around there. Mr. Goodwin's on the Airport Commission, Board's liaison. And there are all these projects out there, and I think they're very worthy projects from what I've gotten to know from the airport. And I've always viewed airports, general aviation airports, particularly this one, is absolutely an economic engine for the county. And while there is a subsidy to the airport fund of about, Glenda, the airport fund gets about, what, $100,000? $130,000 per year. Intuitively, I know that on the goods and services that generates through the economic multiplier, it certainly offsets that. And I would also think, and after talking to Dr. Mangum, there's a plus up, there's an action. And so, like any good enterprise business operation, you want to invest in it to create more growth and more revenue. The second part of what I'm interested in doing is to attract more airplanes to be based there, to be parked there, not only from fuel sales, T-hanger rentals, but now with our new aviation mechanic service company out there is looking for more business. And if you have planes based there, and one of the competitive disadvantages our airport has is we still have a personal property tax on airplanes. Our local competitor airports do not. And so that becomes a disincentive for planes to locate here.
Well, we've had planes move.
And planes move. Thank you, Mr. Goodwin.
But we have a waiting list for hangars.
Right.
But we've had higher end planes leave because of their dollar value. They go to Fredericksburg, wherever, where they don't have to pay.
Or Culpeper.
We've lost, what, 2 twin engines and 2 or 3 other higher dollar planes that also use more fuel than a lot of the planes. So we make up in fuel sales.
So I guess where I'm going with this is that I'd like to have in this upcoming proposed budget that I'll present to you, a dropping of the personal property tax on planes to 0. It's about $26,000 in revenue, which that would have to be made up somehow, offsetting that. But I'd like to have at least the empirical documentation, one, that it is an economic engine for the county and we should make strategic investments out there. And 2, we can offset because of that engine, we can offset the tax impact by attracting more planes to be parked there. So that's what Dr. Mangan would do, much like the tourism impact.
How are you going to I mean, you're talking about outdoor, just tying them down?
Outdoor, T-hanger, anything that's there that.
Well, there's the T-hangers there's nothing available, they're booked up, so we're gonna build some more, is that in the plans?
Yes, they're in the CIP. This study, I think, would give the board, and certainly from a staff perspective, the empirical evidence that it is an asset that does generate revenue, and that by making strategic investments, we're growing that as a revenue source for the county.
Would we get the ability to look at the T-hangers and the return on the T-hangers? Because the T-hangers are not getting subsidized by the state and feds.
Right, I mean, we could, for every plane in there, generate so much in fuel sales.
It's
Skydive Orange is gonna have a huge impact on this, as well as Jack's air service out there as well. So it's just trying to get a baseline of what type of economic activity the airport, and to give a justification of why, to gauge how much we should be investing in. Because one of the goals, ultimately, in my opinion, is to not have a general fund subsidy. That it not only pays for itself, but it creates this additional economic health for the county and tax revenues. It's information, that's really what, and it just gives us a starting point.
What's the sense on this?
I don't have any idea, because I don't even know what kind of numbers we're talking about. I mean, I don't know what.
And that's what we're trying to capture.
Yeah.
I mean,
But I don't know that I want to spend 10,000 so I can make an extra 5.
I was going to say, I know for myself, I don't think I need the study, to be very honest with you. As most people know, I spend a fair amount of time out there, and I see what numbers are generated and, the possibilities and everything else, and I think.
So do you feel that, that's the basis for investing in more T-hangers? Or just, doing away with the tax?
Well, I'd say the doing away with the tax definitely. And the T-hangers, I think we need to work with the EDA because I believe they can provide a portion of the funds on the T-hangers, not on the hangers themselves, but on the site work. So, I don't know, we probably have to look at
They're
them.
part of the things that are covered, federal and state, and that's taxiways and whatnot to the hangars.
Right.
Just not the building itself.
Right.
But the building itself is where you get the planes, and the plane is where you get the fuel sales,
And the rental on
which
the
justifies the reason.
Well,
for-
that's what I was getting at, is, do we need to look at that? Is there another way of finding out?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, here again, if you tell me how much the T-hangers rent for, and if you tell me how much we're currently getting in personal property tax, and if you're telling me how much profit we make on aviation sales, and some kind of a ballpark of how much more we would sell, you basically have it all. I don't know why you need to spend $10,000 to figure that out. It's a pretty basic equation. I mean, I can tell you that, I mean, business people don't.
I'm bringing this as a way of getting empirical, kind of this third-party analysis. If the board is comfortable with making investments out there because we know it's an economic asset that's intuitive, any rational, reasonable person would come to that conclusion, then I don't need this to go through the process that I'd like.
Well, but I need that information.
Yeah, but
before I can-
didn't the airport board they did an economic strategic plan a couple of years ago? And it would seem that, the airport commission, they could do the same thing in terms of of their analysis using the numbers that they already have.
I believe the county staff probably has a majority of numbers.
Well, we have the numbers, but we can't extrapolate that out as the multiplier. That's really where the value is. We can do what the direct impact is. We can't.
So we could come up with a direct, but and if the direct doesn't pay for itself, I'm having a hard time, thinking that the multiplier is gonna be that big a factor.
Based on what Dr. Manningham and I had some preliminary conversation on the revenues, he doesn't see it as a challenge. He actually sees it, but I was just trying to get some factual information to gauge and rationalize investment. If the
Well,
board's
this would be, am I reading this right, this is a $10,000 contract to Wiley Wilson?
No,
No.
$7,500 to Wiley Wilson.
in
I thought that was
10,000.
for the courthouse.
That's the courthouse.
This is a different-
Magnuson is the economic analysis for the airport. That's the second part of that motion.
I think what I'm hearing is that
Oh, okay, okay.
the decision would be made on the comparison or analysis of the direct cost and benefits, the imputed and implied and indirect.
Well, he got some pretty good data when he did the tourism analysis.
Yeah, that's all I'll say.
Okay.
But I don't.
And this is the same model.
I don't, from at least my perspective and working with Kurt and everybody, prepared to start working on making investments out there. And if the board is comfortable with just understanding that makes sense, then we don't need a study to
I'm
move forward.
not prepared to make a decision based on like Jim says, some model that some body has that we're gonna pay him $10,000 for. I mean, give me the actual figures. This is how much we make on personal property taxes. This is what we make on T-hanger rentals. These are absolute numbers. These are not, staff should have those.
No, we have those.
Okay.
And I was just trying to establish an economic impact.
But what it doesn't do, it doesn't look at the follow-on economic impact of it.
The jobs
In
that
other
are
words,
created and things.
The other things that, the other activity it generates.
Listen, you can niggle anything today. Any decision that we make here we can sit here and worry about what the follow-on economic impact is. But you've got to go with just, I mean, there are times on really big decisions when you're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. But we're not talking about those kinds of dollars here. And I don't see, I don't think this needs, I don't think we need to pay Mr. Magnificent Magnum
It sounds to me like we don't have a
$10,000
consensus to go ahead with that.
No, I'm certainly getting that telegraphed loud and clear.
So,
I'm Mr. Frame, if I could, I'm good with going forward, that we will start bringing forward things with the understanding that whatever we do at the airport, we're treating it like a business. Any investments in there have to stand on their own, but we also know that it becomes an economic engine, and the goal is to make it stand on its own through strategic capital investments out there, and also tax policy, particularly with dropping it. But I'm good to go if that's if the board understands that that's the policy goal.
so what we need then is just a motion to authorize staff to retain Wiley Wilson for the completion of the courthouse space analysis, period. And for $7,500.
I thought that was, we're getting other information there, and Teal doesn't need to discuss it anymore.
Yeah.
But you gotta approve it to me to authorize me to retain it.
We gotta authorize the money.
Yeah.
Is that what you intended?
If they're going to give us the floor plan.
Okay.
We'll get a floor plan.
And so the motion includes a floor plan.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have a second for that? I'll second that.
Chilly in here. Pass me a piece of candy. I'll
give you the whole basket.
No, just one.
All right. So the motion is basically to, for Wiley Wilson to do the courthouse space analysis, with the, be funded through the project development line of the capital fund, not to exceed $7,500, and to include a floor plan. That's motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, I know the couple county supervisors and county staff got together and developed a plan for the whole eastern end of Orange County without bringing in any outside experts, but to arrange for a few hundred square feet in the courthouse, we're gonna pay somebody $7,500. That puzzles me. I just can't believe that we can't all sit down in a room, be adults, and say, okay, these are the needs, and how are we gonna work this out? And we're not, it's not to get anybody, it's not.
You and I wanna take an afternoon and go up there and do this?
Oh, I'd be happy to. I don't know that the inhabitants of the courthouse.
That's what the $7,500 was for.
All right. Okay, anybody else have any discussion? We've got the motion, we've got the second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Man, it's been a long time.
Opposed? Nay. Okay, motion fails, 2 to 3. All right. Well, we've dealt with it.
That doesn't happen very often.
No, but we dealt with it.
No, y'all are messing me up. It's always 5-0 on my little thing here. Everything
What's
I write.
that?
I always write 5-0. I'm glad I didn't
We
write.
just want to see if you were awake.
Okay.
Just as a understanding, I will communicate to the judge and to the clerk that the board's desire is to make sure there's equitable use of the space.
Absolutely.
And that we're charged
coming.
with doing those things necessary.
No, the other part is we need to work this out as adults working together.
Well, I mean, one possible solution is you tell the Commonwealth's attorney and the judge, you come back and tell us how you want to do it.
Yeah, sure.
Well, bring the two of you,
We'll pay
want the
you
space, you bring us a
$7,500.
plan.
Tell us how you want it.
If we'll give you $7,500 if you can come to an agreement.
Favor there.
I like the county attorney. And then on the airport thing, I certainly understand the board's sense, and so I feel comfortable if we start bringing back forward projects as well as tax policies that the board's, if it makes sense, then it makes sense for the good of the economy, so.
And you're gonna get us those figures so we'll be able to make an informed decision on the personal property tax.
Oh, yes, sir, yeah, you'll get all that information as part of my budget proposal. That leaves the CIP.
Okay.
The only thing I would add is it does meet the policy target of 2.1 or 9.6, Glenda, whatever, Stephanie, 9.9. The other part of this is that, as you all know, this doesn't appropriate any dollars. That would be the time that you adopt the budget, which would reflect those projects in year one, except for perhaps the general district clerk's office project, which may be subject to some change.
There were a couple of, actually three new items in there that caught my attention. One were the EMS stretchers, and I understand that's a cost shared or partially grant funded. You know, I just was a little surprised we would do that all in 1 year. Maybe somebody can tell me how it has to be done. And then there are two in there. One we just talked about. We just talked to death, this JDR court thing for $35,000, and then the redesign of another redesign of the treasurer's office. Those were the three in the new category that seemed to me to need a little bit of just additional justification from what I found in the package so far.
I'll go do the stretchers first.
Yeah.
Our stretchers currently that we're using are at the end of their life cycle. As they break, we're unable to obtain parts for them. There's new EMS standards as far as how stretchers secure in the back of the ambulance that are in place. What this project would do is replace our current stretchers with a power lift stretcher. So essentially what it has done, there's 3 lifts when you put a patient into an ambulance. One off the floor onto the stretcher, lifting the stretcher up to a height to wheel them, and then lifting the stretcher into the back of an ambulance. It would remove 2 of those lifts. What it does from a risk management perspective is it reduces injuries, and one of the long-term injuries of firefighters and EMS workers is back problems. But the other thing is it's going to allow us to meet the current standards as far as stretchers and the way they secure in the back of the ambulance. Right now, as far as the Rappahannock EMS Council and the Virginia Department of EMS, this is high on their priority list as far as grants go. Worst case, I believe we would receive a 50-50 grant. We're hoping that we would receive an 80-20 grant. The way this is budgeted is we'd receive a 50-50, and if we received an 80-20, we'd be that much to the good. But again, it's replacing the stretchers that are out of the life cycle. Mr. Frame's familiar with part of the system. They're using it down at Lake of the Woods.
We've been using that power lift thing for 4 or 5 years now.
Stephanie can attest that you essentially loaded a 300-pound person in the back of an ambulance by herself. So again, from a risk management.
Personnel and fire and EMS then?
Well, what it will do is it prevents us from having to call additional help to the scene for some of our heavier patients.
How much will it be?
So just back to Mr. White's question, because I understand the need for them, but all at one time, is it covered under the grant? If we
Right.
do it all at one time, or?
Well, the more we do up front, obviously, the better chance of success that we're gonna have as far as the grants go.
Okay.
If we can afford it all at once, it's by far the most cost-effective way to do it.
What's the share?
I think worst case is gonna be 50-50. There's a possibility we would be able to receive 80-20.
And we entered it in here.
We entered it as 50-50, but we're going for the 80-20 as we do with the majority of our grants.
And how many of them are you talking about?
5.
5, okay. All right.
So the 225 is the total cost?
That's total cost.
That's total cost.
And
So
we've budgeted 125, and are expecting
112.5.
And expect to receive the other 112 in grant and possibly even do better on 80/20.
So they're 40,
40-something.
It's about $40,000,
$40,000
yes.
each.
How much is a used skid steer loader?
I don't know, but my first
Cheaper.
house cost less.
Yep.
Why the Pixis?
The Pixis that's been removed from
It
the
isn't a lot of
CIP.
money, I know, but
It's an 18.
That's like those people that come in and put Band-Aids into place for you.
Essentially what it's, as far as controlling inventory, there's a lot of pieces of our inventory that are expensive. I use the Easy IO needles, that's $100 a crack. It's gonna allow us to track those better. Tourniquets
are
is
we
another
losing
one.
those?
I'll use tourniquets that, there's probably been some tourniquets that have ended up in, first responders, personal first aid kits that they do provide service to the public. But again, all of this stuff has a cost, and what it allows us to do is track where certain pieces of, disposable equipment are being used and to secure it. And
And that is
again,
proposed
I
to be
just think
18.
the plastic bins we've got all right now seem to work fine, but if you think we're losing
I
stuff.
wouldn't be asking if I didn't,
Okay.
So it's a lockbox on the candy jar.
essentially what it does, but it also, it tracks where this equipment is used, because again, there's certain pieces of equipment that we use on a cardiac arrest. Easy IO needles, $100 a crack. Auto pulse bands, $100. There's a thing called an impedance device, again, it's $75 to $100. All these things cost money, it's
Expensive
just,
to die.
it is.
good
But what it does is it just allows us to control our inventory, and again, wouldn't be asking for it if I didn't think it was necessary.
Probably also one of those things that risk management wise, our insurers are probably a whole lot happier with if we have, because it does give you that inventory control.
It can help us when we apply for grants as well, because we can provide a total cost for certain types of care when we ask for AEDs and bypass.
Well, the other thing as we move forward with is a healthcare change. Right now, we're billing based on, is it an ALS 1, ALS 2, or in the future, we're gonna be billing on procedures. And those procedures are gonna be able to be tracked, and the equipment that you use are gonna be able to be tracked through this Pyxis.
Is that coming?
It's gonna be, it's just a matter of time. They call it quality-based healthcare. Again, we're charging right now basically is it ALS 1, ALS 2. Not really looking, are you meeting the gold standards for whether it be a stroke or a heart attack? Anything else for me? That's all your stuff.
I believe your other question was regarding the treasurer's office
Well,
upgrades.
Yeah, I don't argue with the numbers, but both the treasurer's office upgrade and the clerk's office are, priorities 8s and 5s and things like that. If we're able to fund down to 8s and 5s, then we must have a lot of surplus money lying around somewhere. So I'm just concerned that,
This project
we're
came-
reaching pretty deep if we get down to 8s and 5s.
This project came forward from the treasurer and treasurer-elect as a way of addressing some of the needs that they felt needed to be addressed.
When it gets to be something other than an 8, I might be willing to talk about it, but if it's truly
Well,
an 8.
can you tell us what those needs are?
The ADA compliance, the counters are pretty high, and then another part of this is that the cash drawers, they were designed.
They weren't designed for that counter, so they don't fit appropriately in the counter.
They were designed when money was, a dollar bill was that big.
I'd like to see our entrances. to
People brought in
county
chickens and
buildings
things.
ADA before we worry about the
Well-
counters, because if you can't get in the building, you can't even get up to the counter. So, we do not have ADA compliant entryways to these structures by any stretch of the imagination.
And the one door never works anyway.
Well,
was, we had to have one meeting up in the hallway because the elevator was broken.
And I actually had somebody over there to open the door because we aren't compliant.
So this is,
We saved all our cranky up to the last meeting of the year.
Yes, we did. We absolutely did.
well, I.
Bah humbug, I guess.
Well, on the clerk's office and the airport, I got absolutely the direction I got the direction I needed. And I certainly got the support that I needed to bring other things forward. As you all know, this plan is a plan. You all can move projects. You can actually drop projects from here. And in fact, I think we're gonna scrub this plan, after the budget adoption, after the retreat, to go through and see some of these projects through. With this clerk's office project, we could defer it into year 2 and allow you to think about it.
You mean the treasurer's office?
The treasurer's office.
To year 2? Is
In-
this 3,002?
Well, instead of dropping it off the plan, just move it to year 2 and then it becomes, or drop it if you want to.
For political purposes, I have no problem doing that.
I don't wanna, I'd like to know what it is, I just don't know what it is. And 76,000 seems like a lot for, the
Randy-
windows are too high and the cash drawers don't fit. I mean,
Randy Vaughn had done a scope and all that, right?
the short windows and cash
It's a
boxes that
sketch.
fit
It's
right.
a rough
Cost
sketch.
$76,000.
My understanding is the majority of the costs were in the window area. The windows themselves, the ADA window, and it was.
So basically what they're gonna do is pull that whole wall out and put a new wall in there.
Yes, and Kurt did, nix a couple things for safety reasons. You know, they wanted glass, and he still wants to have the metal blinds that come down and lock and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really opposed to doing the redesign if it's something that needs to be done. Just seems like 76,000 is a lot, but I mean, if we're gonna pull out a wall and put a whole new wall in, I mean, I
Well,
really.
maybe do we need to pull a whole wall out and put a new wall in?
Hmm?
I mean, get back to understanding what the specific requirements are. Pulling a wall out, and putting another one in, that may cost that amount, but do we need to do it? Why is it, what are the specifics that require us to change? I mean, I'd like to see that.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's pushing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why now?
If we're going to
Particularly if
go
we
to that
maybe changing
extent,
some other things.
to get from the street to that window is going to be another $76,000 in renovations, because you've got to do things to the structure, to the doors, repair floors that fortunately we have rugs over that hide the cracks.
Well, if ADA compliance is the big driver for this, then we ought to look at complete ADA compliance. If that's just a collateral and there's other reasons to do it, maybe we don't need to spend all that money unless we wanna go full ADA compliant.
And then that's maybe another thing that a space study would be able to help out, kind of a comprehensive look. Just one other point, I think the commissioner's office was renovated this way, and the treasurer was quick to point that out.
I believe 5 years ago was before.
5 years ago or something like that. And then,
That was a different year's budget.
5 years ago.
Yeah, but they didn't really do much, but they had a countertop.
That's what I was going to say.
That's right.
That was
say-
$500, so.
Yeah, I don't remember there being any big change back there.
See the benefit of having a capital improvements program, because you're able to move these projects around, not defer them or not do them, so.
The other project was a general district courtroom and clerk space, and I do wanna make sure that it's clear in here that this isn't architectural at all. It is office equipment, files, so when she moves her temporary office, it's movable filing cabinets, some phone lines, internet, desks, essentially office furniture. isn't architectural, there are no walls or anything of that nature.
So that's the treasurer's office?
No, sir, that's the courthouse
The
project,
courthouse
the
project.
35,000.
Okay, all right.
It's all
On page
equipment.
97.
I got you, thank you.
It's all equipment, right?
It's a mighty nice desk.
For use 2 days a week. I think that's,
Once it starts, it
Well,
gets out of.
My concern is that we had conversations earlier in the evening about other projects that we know are gonna be facing us, and I don't think most of those projects have priorities of 5s and 8s and 9s and things like that, and so anytime we can find something to help us build what we're gonna need for
The big stuff.
the big stuff, the 1s and 2s.
And that's a one.
And that's a 1, and so that's one of the reasons I'm being a little bit of a Scrooge, but I think it's,
do you wanna defer this to another year, or we just drop the project? I mean, that's certainly an option.
I think we should defer it, push it back a year, until we get a handle on some of these. I mean, we're starting to talk about some fairly big building issues, and I'd hate to spend $76,000 on some new counters or whatever, and then decide 3-4 years from now that we're gonna
Abandon this building.
sell this building,
Sure. No, it's,
Both
which I don't
projects?
think is a bad idea.
so we'll defer it to year 2? Is that what I hear the sense of the board is? Yeah, we can always move it back again, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, that's, if it goes to year 2, then it percolates up to being year 1 next year, so.
And then we can de-percolate it if need be.
Maybe we'll be more merry at that time next year.
maybe we'll do it earlier, more like Thanksgiving.
And we had a good meal, what the hell? We had cruise for dessert.
Usually the CIP is done in October, November.
This is what happens.
I've learned my lesson to bring it before Christmas.
Okay, we done with that?
We probably, the other thing is, let's try to do it at 7 o'clock instead of 9.
So both of those projects should be moved to year 2018?
Well, the clerk's office is gonna stay where it is. The treasurer's office will move to 2018.
Yeah,
Yeah, the clerk, I mean, that's equipment that,
But I don't,
It has to be done.
we're gonna make some decisions, but I have the board's portfolio to make those decisions.
okay. All right, anything else? I think that's it, except for our closed session then.
Well, if you all are in a position to adopt this, I would recommend you adopt it with those changes.
So we're ready, you want a motion to adopt the CIP now
Subject to those
with this change?
I will make the motion, looking towards Mr. White. Actually, I did
I'll
have,
second it, so we
Yeah,
can
go
discuss it.
Okay, motion is on the table.
there was I lost it. Oh, social services vehicle replacement, there's an asterisk by that, but I didn't know what is that money from within their budget, or is that general fund money, or where is that? It's
That is-
$45,000 vehicle.
Do you have a page number? I think,
It's 1125.
I worked out
I guess I can
a
find it.
replacement, page 100, plan.
Were we paying for them before, or?
Well, that's really my question. Is this something that is new to our budget, or what is
It
this?
is new to our fixed asset list and new to our capital budget.
But we were paying for them before by local appropriations to the social services.
So it is general fund transfer. Okay, that's what I couldn't remember.
The asterisk was I worked with the social services director, to establish a fleet maintenance and replacement cycle. So we can replace the ones with high mileage. Before, vehicles were assigned to individual, employees. Now they are to be used in priority of mileage, so we have a sustained replacement cycle that we feel comfortable putting in the CIP and can better gauge maintenance costs.
That was the other big item that I had a question about.
Right, I think Stephanie and I are very comfortable in saying, I think we now have a handle on vehicle acquisition from the social services.
So we have a motion to.
Did you
accept-
second or you want me to second?
No,
No, I second.
Oh,
No,
he's
you-
already done that. And that includes that deferment of the treasurer's office for a year as part of the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Just as a footnote, Stephanie and Glenda did and all the department heads, but Stephanie has wrestled the CIP process and is the victor. So this was a lot easier this year around. Next year will only improve, but the next step is we'll transfer year one to be a capital budget, which you get another take at. I mean, you don't have to, some of these projects can fall away at that time. The other is that we'll tentatively plan sometime May to come back and have a work session on this so that you all can rethink a lot of these larger capital projects that have been carried for quite some years that have no funding stream and whether you want to continue to carry them. My goal is that maybe this time next year, after the next year's update, we can give some thought of updating our cash proffer study that then would be tied to this document because it now is would be pretty rigorous by then to have a viable cash proffer. So that's it. I know we have some closing.
Would you,
All right. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Orange County desires to discuss in closed meeting the following: consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring provision of legal advice by such counsel. One matter concerning the salary or performance of specific personnel. Discussion concerning prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. And whereas pursuant to sections 2.2, 3711A1, A5, and A7 of the Code of Virginia, such discussion may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Orange County does hereby authorize discussion of the aforesaid in closed meeting.
a motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're in closed session.
We haven't gone this long in a long time.
That way I can carry my stuff and leave from up there.
Members of the board, to the best of your knowledge, are the only matters discussed in this closed meeting, public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Goodwin?
Aye.
Mr. White?
Aye.
Mr. Crozier?
Aye.
Mr. Crane?
Aye.